Good morning, everybody. I've just got to change a couple of bits around again with sound. I do apologise. So you're going to lose me for a second, and then I'll be back. And I'm back. So, hopefully folks can hear me. Good morning and welcome to the Sunday show. Welcome to Edinburgh International Airport. Grateful if we could do a quick sound check. So next inbound is an EasyJet Europe operated A320-200 from Bordeaux. So, where am I? Let me go to the bottom of the chat and just check that people can hear me. Thank you, Craig McLean. I take it you didn't overlay and didn't miss your bus. All good. Thank you, Scottish Linda, HTC, and Rob H. Thank you, one and all. We'll do hellos in the right order in a minute. I'm having one of those days where I'm getting ghost messages up on my equipment as well, which isn't helpful. Just playing myself in, really. So let's get things rolling as I should be. Let me see if I can boost it up a little bit more. Okay, we'll see if that'll do. Might need a bit more. So this is the chat as I see it. So good morning to Jonathan McD. How are you doing, Jonathan? Keith Cornell, Chigwell's finest, reports it's still dark in Chigwell. So hang in there, buddy. Next inbound aircraft is an EasyJet from Bristol. Slightly gloomy conditions here, but I think it's going to be a full sun morning. But it's quite cold. Not perishing, just quite cold. So the first United Airlines 757 of the show is due in with us around 8:25 last I looked. running a little bit late. Rather sporting of them. So back to the good mornings. Whereabouts are you anyway, Craig, at the moment? Are you here or are you still en route? Craig flying out with Ryanair to Agadir at the back end of the show. Hold that thought, folks. We better keep the stream running just to make sure he goes. So next inbound is British Airways from London Heathrow, an A320-200. Good morning, David Bell. How are you doing, David? Good morning, Ash Watts, Andy P, and Deborah Speller, Shropshire's finest. Hope you're all doing well. Big DC is in the house. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Gordon Hunter, good morning to you, Gordon. Don't think I missed anybody so far. Stephen Dawes, hello, pal. Pal. Couldn't quite get me words out there. Good morning, Rab. Officially, sound check aside, and same with HGC. So we just made the Dreamliner. I kind of gambled it would be running a little bit late. This is the kind of EasyJet phase, I think, at the minute. Although British Airways are going to break that sequence. Rab H, member for 30 months. Thank you so much, Rab, for your fantastic support. Not just as a viewer, member, moderator, but a friend too. Thank you. We're not running fireworks today. I've stripped everything back to belt and braces, but heartfelt thanks and all that, mate. 30 months, eh? 30 months, and Rab on the cusp of breaking his personal best for annual mileage on the bike. We probably should stream that. So I finally got round to putting Jet2 Holidays emojis onto the suite, so they are back, folks. So back to Rab's message, let's read it out. 30 months of pure magic. Love this channel. I'm blushing, mate, blushing. Fantastic. Right, is an EasyJet going somewhere? Let's find out where. Tablet, those of you who watched last week will know the tablet hit the dirt hard. It is managing. Best that can be said, really. It's not very responsive, but it is managing, so we'll take that. Win's a win. EasyJet off to Reykjavik. Good morning, Lowlander. Craig, are you going to be doing any filming when you're in Morocco? I'm not quite sure how the Moroccans are with stuff like that, but just curious. De-icer running off that, I think it is. So, Jet2 Holidays lining up to go. I'm assuming they're going to be off to Lanzarote, but of course they're not. They're going to Paphos with their A321. So, let's get back on the case. The track is clear, so it should be a turn and burn. Good morning, retreating blade. How you doing, pal? Scottish Linda has gone crazy with the Pegasus, and there is no way of avoiding the Pegasus in today's show. Not last I checked. They're due in around 11 o'clock. Whichever way you cut the cake, they're in it. Yeah, Rab, you're dead right about the wind. Wind always makes for exciting live streaming, doesn't it? You can't get away from it, but it's not much of a laugh in any other respect, is it? Whether you're thinking about trampolines over fences or roof tiles missing, you know, that kind of thing. Or even in your case, going out on the bike. So, space at the front of the house, but there's a fair few planes dotted around the terminal. Chat has jumped on me. KC, I've got the mic right under my chin and I'm looking at my audio outputs. It's in the right place in terms of what should be going out, my friend. It's right at the top end of green, just tinging into amber. So I can't do more than that. It might be that if your volume's up to where it normally is, exactly as Rab suggests, it might be worth a reboot. It's interesting. I did have trouble getting the sound up to start with. My settings are slightly different, but you have to go with what you can hear in your headset and what you can see on your output monitor, and they both seem in the right place to me. So if the majority of the chat also concur, then that's kind of what it is. Paul Kaczynski, good morning to you. Oh, you managed to see the Dreamliner as it climbed on out. Only just made that one. I would have preferred an extra 5 minutes setting up, but to be fair, the advertised start time was 10 to 8 anyway. So, all good. Good morning, Scott. Not that far away, up at Perth. What kind of morning have you got, Scott? Sunshine? Forecast is definitely in for a sunny morning. Got there a partially decorated Jet2 Holidays tail. I'm guessing that one's going to be on its way to Teesside for its sunshine vinyls to be applied. Must be a fairly new one. Good morning, Gordon Watson. Watching from Lanzarote. Show off, Gordon. I'm not going to ask you about your weather. Well, actually, I better do, in case you've been unlucky, but everybody seems to be heading towards the Canary Islands at the minute. I'm guessing that's got to be the best place to go if you've got 4 hours travelling time in your pocket. Oh no, Ash Watts has got Pegasus going too. Sorry, not sorry. Probably sums that one up a treat, Ash. Oh man. Yeah, retreating blade exercise bike does sound the way I would go if I must cycle. Of course, I haven't got an exercise bike, but equally, I wouldn't be getting my bike out today, I don't think. Summertime cyclist, as Rab would probably point out. Ash says Brooke's favourite airline, Jet2. If Brooke's listening, good morning to you, Brooke. Ah, nice one, Craig McLean. Craig McCraig. What am I thinking of? Craig McLean. Good stuff. Got a new GoPro as well. Cool. Listen, mate, don't find yourself getting tossed in the back of any vans. It won't work out well. Never does. But I bet it'd be interesting. Good morning, Callum. Our newest subscribing member. Great to have you with us, Callum. Hope you've had a good week, mate. Ready for a morning of, well, we'll see what we get. We're a bit light on bizjets today, or we were when I last looked. We've got a Gulfstream 4 due out to Farnborough around 9:45, but bizjet wise, we're looking a bit thin. But I think everything else is in the right places. Good morning, Alan T, down in Leicestershire. I guess the sun is shining there. Thanks, Rab. That's 757 shipping time then. It was around half an hour late when I checked in about 3:45 this morning. Looked like it had made a bit of time up, but sadly not. Still, we get to see it come and we get to see it go, so you'll see a few of these as well. My chat is getting blizzarded with Black Friday adverts. I don't know how bespoke these things are to every individual's feed, but not kidding. There's a message there. Oh, there's another message as well. Hammy, good morning to you, pal. How are you keeping? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Uh-oh, Scottish Linda is sending you a gift. I've just spotted that in the chat. That's what you deserve for being absent. Hello, Robert. Good morning to you. Oh, Hammy's returning fire. Good stuff. I think Craig does speak for me. It's almost nice to see you. You know, I'm only messing. Always nice to see you. Grant Finley, good morning to you. Watching the show in bed. I've got to be honest with you, that's really what Sunday mornings are about. Especially this time of year. Looks like we've got Scotland's finest on the move. If I can just take you out. Oh, what's that? Is that our Gulfstream? I'm not quite sure. I think it is. This isn't. This is obviously an ERJ 145. Is it transponding? Does my tablet want to tell me? Probably not. No, it's not showing on flight radar for me, but I'm going to take a shot and say, I believe this is likely to be going to Southampton. Stock answer to any Loganair ERJ 145 question here at Edinburgh. Although Bergen is also in the mix as well, so I don't know. Yeah, Callum, get the kettle on, definitely. I wondered, Rab, whether you'd beat the record and then sandbag for the remainder of the season, because obviously you want to beat the record next year. I think you're getting addicted to beating personal bests. I think that's the nature of personal bests, isn't it? You always want the next one. That's just under tow with green flag or similar. Good morning, John Mackenzie. How goes it all the way over there in the Far East? Well, good afternoon, of course. Just looking at your message. So that's why this baby is not transponding. It's still being towed about. It's interesting, John Mackenzie. The consensus in the chat is that the sound is okay. I have had a sound issue which has maybe changed the settings a little bit. It might be marginally quieter than usual. There's not much happening here at the minute, but in terms of my monitoring, my outputs seem to be in the right place as I'm going into the box. Keith Cornell reported a similar problem, so I don't know entirely whether that is a YouTube thing. Keith was the only person in the chat that said that there was a sound issue. Things were quieter than usual for him, and the fact it is for you is interesting. Good morning, Nell. And sound is good for Nell. So this is the thing with sound, you can go off down a rabbit hole with it. I just come down to basics. If I can hear it in my headset and the little bar that colour codes your output is looking in the right place, then there's nothing much more I can control at this end, sadly. Equally, you can make adjustments that work for one person and don't work for 150 people. It's just tricky. Anyway, Nell, hope you're keeping well. Oh, right, Hammy as well. So I've got split verdict on this. So I like I say, I haven't got another hand to play with this. Everything's snug. Everything looks like it should be, but it has felt different. Like I say, I am running different settings. I'll just try and tweak it a touch more without going off down the rabbit hole. So you won't notice anything substantial, but I'm just curious. Okay, that's a tiny little bit more, but I wouldn't go any higher than that because it looks like I'll be topping out. Thanks, Robert. Sound on TV is low, but PC is fine. Like I say, I don't really know what other hand to play. Let's just check the connections are as snug as I think they are. How about I would say, how about that? But that sounds quiet, so stick with me. How about that? I said I wouldn't do this, but I've got ants in my pants. It still looks very different on my setup. It's probably one of these things that if I wanted a different outcome, I'd probably need to reboot it. But if I go to the bottom of the chat, does that work better for folks or less good? Might as well sort it out now while there's nothing moving. Keep talking as well, so you've got something to work with. So that Gulfstream 4 is transponding off to NA. I don't know where. I'd love to know where NA would be, but so that's made a difference for Sammy. Now it's gone really quiet for Ash, but that might have been during the transition, Ash, so I'm going to let that message pass, because I'm thinking it's definitely, it would have to be louder than it was. Thank you, Retreating Blade. I think there might be something in the transition with that, but well, listen, this is definitely where we're going to leave it now. I don't really want to tiffle with it beyond that. I suspect if I rebooted it, I might end up with a different outcome, because none of the indicators looked awry previously, but I suppose what can't speak can't lie. Hammy, member for 26 months, still here. Fantastic to have you, pal. Really is. I'm not doing fireworks today. We left those off the box for tactical reasons, but thank you so much. As we watch this Ryanair that is heading off to Dublin, nose through the shot. We've got another Ryanair just about to join the active runway. Let's peel off and have a look. Craig McLean, awesome support, my friend. I've just seen that gifty. Thank you so much, mate. Who got it? DW, King of Mischief. Well, that sounds like a fun person to hang out with. King of Mischief. Thank you so much, Craig. VDX Aviation, good morning. Yeah, Alan T, turn it up, turn it down. The hokey cokey. I think that's what I've essentially performed after saying I wouldn't. But I'm a bit of a tiffler. Thanks, Nell, the senior message. So KC, I hope you can hear this better. So, what's on our horizon? What indeed? Jet2 holidays off to Lanzarote is the plane in shot. Tracking out for departure is that Ryanair off to Dublin, which looks like it's going to be pursued by the first ATR departure of today, an Aer Lingus regional to Belfast, which will pick up on the taxi in a jiffy. Nell, member for 31 months. Are you the first in the 31 month club? It must be 31 months is 1,617 weeks and heaps of planes. It really is. I don't know how many hours of time that would be. And, you know, as I was saying to Rab earlier on, with this milestone, been such a great friend to us, moderator, legend and all the rest of it. Awesome stuff. And Mothman. Now, I am so pleased you've allowed Mothman to celebrate his milestone. I was starting to worry about the old fella. Need a heater in my shed. I've got a funny feeling that if Hammy provided the heater, he'd probably provide an exercise bike or something for Mothman to power the heater with. Free Mothman. Free him. Good morning, BB Bassman and Christine Barnes. Hope you're both doing well. Just going up the chat just to check I've not missed anybody during that sound tiffling phase. I think I'm okay now. So Rab, I'm going to stay for Craig's flight, so we plan to finish around 10 to 2 o'clock. We might get the Qatar Dreamliner departure if that is pinging or looking pretty. Oh, Finnair have just appeared. I'll show you that in a minute. So yeah, the plan is to try and duke it out till then. The only rubbing point is I'm not sure where we're going to be with power consumption. This camera is thirstier than the Panasonic and it's cold. So yeah, this is the coldest day that I've used the Sony on, and whether I've got the right amount of juice in my pocket, we're going to find out. But we're going to give it a go. Hang in there, Casey. Hang in there. Hopefully you can hear me. Over. Mike Wild, good morning to you, Mike. Well, that's the other factor as well, Rab, getting chilled to the bone. Hopefully I can avoid that. I've got pocket warmers, so that should help a bit. I might have made a tactical error by wearing the peak cap today. I'm expecting full sunshine by 10 o'clock, but let me just draw the shot out. I don't think it's going to be that kind of day. I should have come with the PSA beanie. It's not going to rain, but I don't think it's going to be a full sunshine morning at all. So we've got inbound traffic. So what have we got? Wind-wise, of course, it's pretty calm here. Not to put too fine a point on it. Yeah, exactly that, Rab. It's the batteries in the devices. We've got plenty of power bank juice, but I'm just not sure to what extent the Sony is going to steal more. And of course, well, batteries lose performance over time anyway, so even form from last winter doesn't necessarily transpose across to this winter. Your power banks are a year older, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Inbound Flying Dutchman, E195E2, very distinctive shape and form. But yeah, no wind at all. It is a windless day. Don't know if folks in the show have been unduly affected by Storm Claudia. I'm assuming in the UK the next one is still Storm Bram, because we've had a couple of storms recently, haven't we, that have been ones that have been named by other weather services. Spain, I think, named Storm Claudia. Right, I think that Aer Lingus ATR to Belfast is about ready to go. Oh, another Black Friday advert. Loving all that emoji spam team for the smiley dolphin. The flying smiley dolphin. Good morning, Optimus Toaster. How are you doing? Catch you soon, Rab. Oh, we're rolling. So BA on BA corner. Seems kind of appropriate. Optimus, it is a good November day. It's cold, wrap up, kind of get on with it kind of day. Going to be pretty nippy by the time we're done. But yeah, it's definitely one of those days where we'd be thinking, well, if the rest of the winter was like this, we'd probably snap your hand off for it, wouldn't we? Thinking about your gas bill and all that. Oh, I'll switch my scanner on. So I'm scanned up today. Nearly forgot, but it won't be on the broadcast. It'll just be in my spare ear. So what we got? Well, that's an interesting one. Jet 2 off to Vienna. Did not know they did that. Ooh, clear skies, Hammy's Way. Actually, yeah, I can see what you mean. It might be 40 minutes from now we do end up with a clear sky overhead. To be honest, I'll take this because there's less of the old backlighting effect, isn't there? Yeah, you might be right, Nell. There's always these days quite a big market, isn't there, in Christmas related travel. You know, that Christmas market, Lapland and all these other various attractions. So that's Vienna bound. That's Helsinki bound. So we've got Finnair in the show. And Andy P has got good weather as well. Nice one. I think the one thing we can be pretty sure of is it ain't going to rain. Ah, DB, the hype starts now, does it not, for Christmas? I even listened to a bit of Christmas radio on the way here this morning. Mainly because I couldn't find anything on the other stations that appealed. Oh, and talking about Christmas, my Lego Concorde from Mrs. PSA has arrived. Can't wait. So it looks like we've got a Ryanair on the push, Finnair about to go, hold all of those sorts. Good morning, Mark. Bright Spark, how are you doing, pal? Don't worry, Scottish Linda, no sing zone is going to be rigidly adhered to today. Catch you soon, HGC. So Optimus Toaster, possibly, I'm putting it out there, nursing a hangover. I don't know, Optimus, don't know if you drink or how good a night it was, just the fact that you've got a plausible alibi. Good morning, Tony Rivers. How goes it, Tone? Well, track is clear, well clear. Hey, oh, we're off, we're off. So plenty of outbound traffic, that much is self-evident. There's Finnair's Edinburgh 190. I'd like to say that's a long range version, but I'm not sure. I'm going to look that up. Let's see if I'm right. Bound to be wrong. Let's have a look. Yeah, long range. That's it. I've been right for once in the show. I'll take that. Hang on a minute. Is that a birthday thing here? Because I see Ashworth's Happy Birthday DB. Let's scroll further back up. 69 today, DB Bassman. Honestly, man, sincere happy birthdays to you. Such a friend to the channel. 69, eh? Impressive. As I languish a fair way behind you. I've not got the fireworks on today, otherwise I'd set them all off. Do the lot. Excuse the background noise, I'm just waking up a pocket warmer. It's just getting to that point where if you don't start looking after your temperature, you're gonna get the shakes. Oh, I will. So that's me gloving up. Ooh, got some action. So, who's next on the conveyor belt of talent? EasyJet to Paris Charles de Gaulle is the next to take the runway. If you've just joined the show, a very warm welcome to Edinburgh International Airport. If you don't know who's doing the talking, first time visitor, I'm Mark. Fantastic to have you with us on this chilly but pleasant November day. Good morning, Glickers. Or good night to you. Good morning, Deb08. How are you doing, Deb? Everybody's been slow out the blocks today, haven't they? Track is well clear. Ooh, happy birthday to Hammy's dad. 77 today. An auspicious day in history. Did he have a good time in, is it Atlanta, Hammy, that he went to? Got Atlanta in my head for something. Ah, well, DB, the day you stop acting like a teenager, you know there's something wrong. That's always my alibi. Somehow, I chucked my bag down on what turned out to be a fairly muddy patch. Couldn't tell in the dark. Can tell now. EasyJet to Belfast, next to go. Steve Beacow, 78, and Interflug Spotter. Good morning to you. Tony, are you sure you're behind DB chronologically? Just saying. Oh, blimey. KC, sorry to see that, mate. Been a tough day with tech, both ends. Enjoy your MotoGP, pal. These updates, when they kick in, can be a lot or a little, can't they? Jackie Lawrence, good morning to you, Jackie. Plenty of de-icer run off there. Sure, these pocket warmers are just not firing up. Should have checked the dates on them. Thing was, I like the price. Only a quid. The Foxy Bee, good morning to you, Laura. Face is frozen now. I'm not sure, Callum, in truth. Runway 1230 predates my visitation of Edinburgh. I'm guessing it's incorporated somewhere under the the footprint of the airport, as in hard standing for Summit? I don't know. I know there's plenty of people in the show who do know, so let's see how that plays out. Good question. As we've already waved off an Aer Lingus ATR to Belfast, I'll say this is bound to be Dublin. Good morning, Linda Cooper. Just seen you in the chat. Hard at it, making quiche. What kind of quiche? Hope you're keeping well. You'd definitely be finding it fresh here today. Oh my lord, Hammy, just seen the message about your dad's trip. When it all goes to rat doings, lost your luggage for 3 days. Yeah, you know how chastened I was last year when Lufthansa managed to delay mine by pretty much 24 hours. Good morning, Pete Salverson. How are you doing? Hello, Doc. Live after 4. Nope, sadly to report, we will be finishing about 2 o'clock this afternoon if we get the distance from our electrics. That's the basic shape of today's plan, Doc. You travelling, or have you got somebody travelling? But now it's just outside our range. Hopefully I'll be on the final stretch of the A1 as I work my way back to Northumberland. Traffic permitting and all that. So we've got some inbound action for you. Things just starting to perk back up again. British Airways inbound with an A321neo from Heathrow. Aircraft 5 years of age, approaching 6 years of age with its birthday in December. Seems crackers that we're actually pretty much in December. All right, Dark, I was long last time, was I? Probably different weather conditions. I can't think what was... Oh, I know what it might have been. May. Might have been to do with the Edelweiss A350 coming in the evening. That might be why that was. Crikey, that seems a while ago now. Been a good year, plane wise, 2025. So Ryanair next to go, off to Poznan. Oh no, I've not got a wee blue tent. That's somebody else, Dark. No, I definitely don't bring a tent to the airport. It just asks for trouble if things get windy. Be very sensible, don't get me wrong, but no, that's definitely weren't me. Ooh, good morning, Andrew Abrahams. Future travels for spotting, asks Pete. Don't know actually, it's something I'm going to work on when we get into that kind of Christmas recess really. We've set the channel retirement date for the 11th of January, so that bit looks after itself, but obviously I still want to get out and watch some planes, and I do intend to visit a few places doing that, but I haven't really put together a shopping list yet. What I have done is bought myself one of those little Ryanair travel rucksacks, which I know Craig's got and maybe some others in the show. You know, the ones where you can pack a lot of stuff in and it fits under the seat, so you don't have to pay for overhead luggage or anything, because obviously when you take a live stream abroad, no way can you do it on that basis. You're going to be incurring costs above and beyond, but I am definitely going to be kind of seeing where I can get to on cheap Ryanair and EasyJet flights. So it can be a bit of that. Can I do a bit of Heathrow? Definitely. But as I say, anything beyond that I'm going to figure out during the Christmas recess. I sound like a parliamentarian. Recess. Sitting on my backside, eating too much. That's what I probably could have said, or should have said. Good morning, Martin Reed and Abby Garvey. Hope all is good, Abby. Love the upload on Facebook of you at the Remembrance Sunday parade. You pulled it off with style. Oh, we've gone over 100 likes. I hadn't realised in my slightly absent-minded mode that is Sunday morning. Thank you to everybody that has shown us the like. If you've yet to do so, they really do go a long way. And yeah, and if you're in the show but not subscribed, remember it doesn't cost you anything to subscribe, but then you can join in with the chat, which is self-evidently pretty good. Pretty good. I mean better than good. Can't can't remember if I said good morning to Jackie Lawrence, but I'd rather do it twice and not at all. So hi Jackie, sorry if I'm saying it twice. Weange, how goes it, Weange? Anybody else in the show got any aviation related travel, plane spotting travel, big plans for the remainder of this year, or maybe even next year? I think it's a fair thing to say that the price of flying has been inching up for some time, but if you can travel light and you watch carefully, you really can still pick up some reasonably cheap tickets. It's always different when you're live streaming, because you've got to think about all the practical stuff that goes with the stream, but also what time works out and whatever. So if you've got cheap flights but the time slots are rubbish, then it kind of makes that opportunity worthless. But if you're going there purely to enjoy the planes, it's a free hit. Ooh, Craig's nearly at the airport. We should have tracked you, shouldn't we, really, Craig, on one of those like flight radar type transpondy screens. Well, Craig, I'll probably be trying my hardest not to be able to see you, if I'm honest. I didn't mean that unkindly, you know what I mean. I've got a terrible record of spotting Linda Cooper in the terminal. Do you know what side of the plane you're going to be sitting as well, Craig? Meant to ask that. Are we going to get a shine a light at the window moment? Ooh, Craig McLean in again with another giftie. Thank you so much, Craig. Awesome support, buddy. Awesome support. Let's see who got. David, who, looking at that, is a red badge, so is a returning member. Scottish Linda, thank you so much for the fireworks. Top fireworking. Top fireworking. No, I probably should look into where this EasyJet is going, shouldn't I? Bristol. Aircraft in question, 7 years of age. Well, 7.5 really, if we're going to be reasonably accurate about it. Well, I've got to be honest, Callum, I've only been a couple of times, once for a live stream and once before we did live streaming to just film some video. I love Prestwick. I just think it throws up something different, which is, you know, name of the game, isn't it, sometimes? So yeah, that's a good shout. It's quite a tricky live stream prospect because there's relatively little other action, but to go looking for the unusual, the exceptional and that kind of things, excellent. It's funny you say that, Nell, with your photo album. I've got something slightly different, but I guess similar. I'm getting myself one of those big like an enormous picture frame that's going to go on the back wall in the spare bedroom that I use as the PSA office, and I'm going to populate that with various pictures and paraphernalia from the 3 years of the channel. That's one of my early projects for 2026. Still got quite a few loose ends to take care of in 2025, mind you. Good morning, Andy Brown. If you've wrapped up, Andy, it's bonny, no question about that. The only thing that would ice the cake is I've got these little pocket warmers in my gloves, you know, the ones that you shake like a sachet. This one is still struggling to fire up. It's ironic because when I get home and take it out of my glove, because I always leave them in at the end of the show, they come out like hot coals. Yet they're never that hot when you first start using them. But yeah, wrap up well, it's lovely. So, Ryanair to London Stansted, just cleared for takeoff. Take it away, boys or girls. Oh, God bless Linda Cooper. 5 gifted memberships. Oh, what can I say, Linda? Thank you so much. You'd definitely be getting a hug and a squeeze for that if you were here. Thank you. We'll do the name check in a minute. Unbelievable. As I was saying earlier, no fireworks today, but my heartfelt appreciation. Thank you so much. So, Linda Cooper really spoiling us. Who got? Rab back in the show. Oh, and Foxy B, member for 30 months. 30 months with the best community, and you're at the heart of that best community, Foxy B. Laura, thank you so much. Good morning, 1066 spotter. Oh yeah, regulars of the show will know, because I've stayed there a few times at different points during the season. Looks like we've got United inbound from New York Newark, having departed 6 hours and 47 minutes ago. Let's get hold of that now. But the travel lodge at Ratho Station, if you get it at the right price, is, I think it's excellent. And you're right, some of those rooms have a really good view over runway 06. So at different points in the year we have picked up some really good value there. Cheaper to stay up than go home and come back up the following day kind of thing. But it's not always like that during peak season. Wow. Well, that is the best wheelie of the show so far. Classy entrance from United. So good morning as well to anyone that's in the show that isn't in the chat, before I forget my manners. So let's have a look. Craig is going to Africa and back. £44 return. Exactly that point then, Craig, we were talking about. There is value to be had. And I want to get into a bit of that, a bit of adventuring. That's what I see for 2026. If it fits in the rucksack, it'll do. If it don't, it ain't coming. Linda Cooper, member for 19 months. So not only spoiling us with 5 gifted memberships, such a great friend and an integral part of the channel as well. Great to have you with us, Linda. Oh yeah, Ash, Lake and Heath for quick climb Friday. Me too. It's just about the worst possible place really for me, unless I kind of fly from here to Stansted, or maybe get the train down to Stansted, and then you still got to get from Stansted across to the Lake and Heath. Anyway, I'm better watching it on the TV, I think, is the long story short. So let's get back to Linda Cooper's 5 gifties. Where did they land? Justin Jones a new member as well at that, American Prairie Time, a second month member. Can't think I've seen that handle for a while. Sunny W, and in Pospio, tricky one that, and Miles Doig, slightly easier to get myself around. Welcome aboard, all thanks to Linda Cooper. Pete asks about the US jet. So we've had our first, we don't get many, we're kind of into the winter season funk really, so it's been a really classic 2025 for transatlantic travel, but now certainly for us we've got this flight which we'll see go back out. They've got a later flight from Washington that'll be in mid-morning, and I think Delta, I think they have a 767 that is due in around 9:45 from New York JFK, if I've remembered the schedule correctly. Rab's on his Weetabix. I gotta be honest with you, that will go down nicely with me right now with a mug of tea. Good morning, Nick Gray. How goes it, Nick? You may have just missed it arriving, Nick, but as usual, awesome effort, mate. I know it's still early o'clock at your end. To be fair, it is late running itself. This was due in around 5 to 8, as I remember. Good morning, Bjorn Hansen. How goes it, buddy? And hello to Samuel Rosebrock, all the way to our west in Indiana. You might be the first viewer I can recollect joining us from Indiana, Samuel, to be honest. Great to have you with us. I'm Mark as well, just to complete the introductions. Oh, great shout there, Scottish Linda. Gulfstream on the taxi. I better look at vigilant for that one. So we think we've only got one bizjet in the show. Seems that way, and we're about to get it in a moment. Rab's getting his Weetabix. We're getting a Gulfstream 4. Beautiful morning. Good morning, Jonathan McD. To be fair to Hammy, and in fact confirmed by Andy P, the skies are indeed starting to show some sign of clearing. Whether we get a full blue sky or not, I don't know. Dr. Kersey, good morning to you. How are you keeping? Hope you're doing well. And Nell, actually, you're stealing my lines. Good morning to anyone that is in the show that I've missed in the chat. Never miss you on purpose. So if I've missed anything, I do apologise. Trying hard not to. Where's that Gulfstream? In fact, let's go on a recce. Can we get in closer? I think we can. Need a bit more. Bit more. Don't want to shut that door, it's getting cold in there. So Samuel asks about the heavy action. We've got Delta in, I think it's around 9:45 our time, so in about 39 minutes or something in that region. And then we've got the second United 757 in at around 10:25 from Washington. And then it'll be the outbounds of those. We've also got Qatar Airways due in, well, I think around 12:30 or thereabouts with the 787-9 Dreamliner. We are lighter on heavy action than we were before the winter timetable kicked in. Not quite a winter timetable issue, but something I've kind of noticed in my part of the world. Halloween, 31st of October, so the end of the summer timetables, I guess, for us aviation fans. An ever-increasing vogue for buying pumpkins and hollowing them out and cutting faces on them and so forth. All great fun, but there's still quite a few people I've noticed still got their manky old pumpkins still outside the front doors. What's that all about? Dr. Kersey, keeping well, all told. Knee's been a bit grumbly the last 2 or 3 days. Show regulars might remember it blowing out on me last year. It's not doing that, but I had one of those great fun weeks last week with the granddaughter, who's only 3. Spent a lot of time on my knees having too much fun, and knee's not been right since, and it feels like it felt last time before it popped out. So I'm just treating that with kid gloves, but it's very manageable. So going to be much more sensible this week. Got the knee pads back out as well, because that was the solution last year. Oh, that is really good news, Bjorn. I did not know that. Lufthansa are going to extend the life of their 340-600. Because, yeah, that was a January thing, the last flight heading for Riyadh. Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, obviously the replacement aircraft aren't quite flowing through. But it sounds like the 777X ain't far off from certification by the FAA. Is it FAA in America? Federal Aviation Authority. And as I understand it, because of course it is the Dubai Air Show tomorrow, it starts, doesn't it? The Dubai Air Show. And my understanding is the 777X is not only going to be in attendance, not just as a static, but is a display item as well. So that's going to be really interesting. I'm not sure to what extent anyone's going to be live streaming action from the Dubai Air Show. They're not that happy clappy, are they, about live stream aviation in Dubai? But it does sound like things are getting much closer. Saying that, there's still going to be another lag while aircraft are manufactured. And of course the European regulators are going to have to put their approvals on. But yeah, exciting. And good news for us A340 fans, because that's one I'm keeping an eye on for the year ahead, the last of the Edelweiss A340 flights. If they confine that to a European type thing, I quite fancy being on that. Good morning, Mary Brock and Jules C. How you both doing? Happy Sunday. Sorry, Hammy, I didn't quite get the message, but didn't hear it either. Sometimes you can hear the growl of those 777s when they overfly, but it's not felt that. Didn't feel any of that. Yeah, I know that feeling, Hammy. It's one of the reasons why I packed up running last year. After that knee escapade, I kind of thought, I don't want to be aggravating it. You're right, in the morning, don't feel so good, do they? Sadly, mate, that's wear and tear and age. I found my hip was getting jippy as well, so that was the other reason why I decided to biff off the running. Funny, innit? Probably increase my odds of avoiding any replacement type surgery, but probably not doing so good from a cardio point of view. Ooh, Scotland's finest in the show. Off to Newquay. Good morning, Charlie Newlands. How you keeping, Charlie? Oh, is that your local airport then, Samuel? Indianapolis International. Try and get two in the same shot kind of moment. Can't see anything visible on the horizon, so working assumption is going to be that it's just departures for the moment. So you got those two, and KLM turned that baby round fairly quickly, didn't they? Very quickly. Yeah, that was incredibly sad. Just looking at Hammy's post about Blue Islands. Yeah, Jules, Mrs. PSA, who swims like a fish, makes that argument, but I swim like a can of beans. Well, actually, that's a bit of exaggeration. I can swim, but I'm just not very good at it. But I think the thing with Blue Islands, going back to that one going bust, and this is just anecdotal, so not backed by statistical analysis, but I always had a feeling in the summer that a lot of their flights seem to be late running, certainly in terms of passing through Newcastle. And you kind of wonder if it was kind of an airline on the very edge of a viable business model. I mean, recently we had Eastern going into administration. I think it's quite difficult for national airlines, you know, ones that service domestic airlines, that's the one I want, that don't have particularly big fleets. any technical issues whatsoever and you're in the pooper and you don't have the ability to be able to cross-subsidise in the way that bigger carriers like, say, British Airways can choose to do. Right, we have an inbound plane, that's good. What is it? We've got an EasyJet inbound from London Gatwick, an A319 coming our way. It's quite an old one as well. Of course, the A319 is an airframe that is going to become rarer and rarer. Yeah, I think, Christine, floating is probably where I'm at. I'm sure it does a lot for the old cardio though. We're off to Mallorca with Eddie and his family next May. And I'm definitely going to be working on my floating. Whilst on some ludicrous inflatable. I think that's roughly what my plan is, as far as I have one. So there we go. The new look flying pencil. There's the Embraer 195E2. Leslie McIntosh, good morning to you, Leslie. And Jamie Miller. Morning to you both. Yeah, chilly one, definitely, Jamie, but I'm coated up. Got planes and trains as well. How's that for you, Deb08? Bit of LNER. But yeah, it's probably easier than it was last week when you know it's going to rain a bit. So I'll take that. Win's a win. Well, that'll be interesting. Looking at Hammy's comment about Loganair, looking at the opportunities with Eastern folding up. I think the key with most of the domestic routes, especially the further out ones, and particularly affecting Scotland in fairness, is where the subsidies kick in. This is where government really need to be on their A game. Woolsend Mag, hello to you. Yep, do love a trains and planes moment here at Edinburgh. And there's nothing like an Azuma zooming past, definitely not. Right, so we've got more inbound action, just crossing the coast in the shape of a Ryanair from Brussels. Looks like the Charleroi rather than real Brussels, if I can break it down that way. Good morning, Maverick79. How are you doing, buddy? Not visible de-icing, but yeah, there have been. There was quite a bit of de-icing runoff on some of the earlier EasyJets that I noticed. And celebratory moment, but no fireworks, Jamie, sadly. Jamie Miller, member for 30 months. Awesome support, Jamie. So I'm still keeping a watchful vigil for that Gulfstream 4 that was bleeping its heart out last I looked. Still is. Good morning, Mark 176. How you doing, Mark? I'm sure, Nell, that you are the first in the 31-month club, but I'd have to check. I don't know, Hammy, does talking about exercise constitute exercise in some psychological way? It's a bit like healthy eating, isn't it? You know, all the good intentions. Well, speak for me and my good intentions. Sadly, not quite so good on willpower. Is that right, Mav? EasyJet first? No question, there has been plenty of... There's plenty of EasyJets here for a start. So that must be our Gulfstream. Doors are closed. Just going to zoom it up a little bit. It's moving. So this was off to Farnborough. Don't worry, Jamie, don't get yourself into bother or anything, but lovely to see you later. We should be live till 2 o'clock today, if that's any help. We are making sure that Craig McLean does leave the country on his flight to Agadir. So if we can make the juice last, we'll keep the broadcast running. That's the plan. It can be weird, Jamie, as well, when these things click in. I don't think I understand it at all, but yeah, there's all kinds of possibilities in the wacky world of YouTube. That's it, Jules. You can healthy eat vicariously by enjoying somebody else scoffing some cucumber and lettuce. Sun is out. I'll tell you what, that is nice. But I've lost the Gulfstream in all of that. Where's it gone? Where has it gone? Oh, there it is. As you can detect from the way the image shows, the sun has materialised. Jules, God bless you. Gifting a membership to support the channel. Who got it? Oh, it's landed well. Great shot, Jules. Bjorn Hansen, come on down. Bjorn is in the show. Just how we like it. Thank you, Jules. Fantastic support. Let me just take the zoom off that. Stop it bouncing about. Right, I can hear a start up and a push back, and it is Jet 2. It's that one with it's the Jet 2 Holidays without the sunshine vinyl on it. Brand new in June of 2025, according to Flight Radar. It's one we've seen before, actually. I recognise the reg, Golf Hotel Lima Yankee Kilo. Let's go and find that for a minute while we wait. Hang on a minute. So it's, sorry about that, folks. I seem to have a camera fault. Take the zoom off. Just spotted that. Hope I'm not giving anyone a headache. I don't know what's happened there, I'm sure. Put it back on again. No, taking the zoom off. I seem to have a technical issue with the zoom, which is a right nuisance now. Kind of wondering if there's a firmware update that I've missed. I don't really understand why it was behaving like that. Oh, nice one, KC. Glad to see that Vulcan model that you're assembling is taking shape. Looked good in the photos you shared. Yeah, Rab, I don't know what triggered that. Been one of those days so far. I'm just going to change something on the setup, just in case. It seems when the sun's come out, so I check where I've got the white balance. Right, I'm just going to put it back on zoom and see if it's less faffy. Not sure. Any whiff of trouble, it's going back, it's still under warranty. It's kind of weird, that. Yeah, Rob. Oh, you always think, don't you, firmware with stuff like that. To be fair, I've not checked it firmware-wise for probably a couple of months. I did my audio devices yesterday, and interestingly enough, they did have an update, and interestingly enough, I did have a bit of a problem earlier in the stream. I'm not sure if I'm going to join those two things together, but anyway, we are where we are. Looks like we're flying okay for the minute. No, it's not right. That ain't right. I'm going to take it off. Want to be investigated back at the ranch. Yeah, spoke too soon. I thought it too soon. I thought, didn't seem likely it was going to be that change, because when you leave it on automatic for your white balance, it's pretty smart at working out what's needed. But it just seemed to coincide with the arrival of bright sunshine. Right, I'm going to put you down here. So it's still bugging me, so let's stop bugging me. Tell you what, don't those Pentland Hills look pretty good now the sun's on them? Kind of curious, isn't it, that this aircraft entering service in June still ain't got its sunshine. Ooh, interesting, Jonathan. Dusting of snow. I think I'd seen something that was talking about potential for hill snow, but I'm always a bit sceptical because you always feel it's talking it up for the clickbait. But with the air temperature being what it is here, I could well believe it at higher elevation. So we do have inbound action in the shape of, come on baby, tell me, Turkish Airlines and A321neo. That's your next plane, inbound from Istanbul. Well, I doubted the sun was going to make an appearance, and it has, even if it's not on the aircraft in shot. Loving that artwork between Nell and Rab H. Turkish Airlines is a bit of a Bobby Dazzler as far as I can see it. So our next arrival is a Ryanair from Wizz 737 MAX 8. So this departure hasn't got long to contemplate. It's what's going on here? My tablet's now throwing a spanner. The cracked tablet is now throwing its weight about. Yeah, we've got inbound action, fast closing, outbound action from Jet2 Holidays off to Tenerife. Oh crikey, that inbound Ryanair really ain't far away. There we go. So we've got a Loganair ATR on the move. I'd like to say that's bound to be going Exeter. Would that be correct though? Yeah, Exeter it is. Ooh, not there. Here. Gonna go short, I think. To have an aircraft on final approach as well. EasyJet from London Luton is going to be on next inbound. Plenty of time for this Exeter bound Loganair to depart. So as always folks, that gentle plea on likes, if you get to drop us a like, it does go a long way. YouTube don't make much effort otherwise, and therefore don't give us an awful lot of promotion. Just bear with me team, I might be bouncing the screen a little bit. I'm just changing something round. That's the one. I can see the chat better now with the sun streaming at my fizzog. That's way better. So, good morning, Linda Jane Love. How you doing, Linda? What a morning it is here at Edinburgh. Look at that. Looks like arrivals have gone that little bit quiet. Give me a quick chance to have a look, see where Delta are in the food chain. Looks like British Airways are going to be the next arrival in about 5 minutes time in from London Heathrow. Quite a few BA flights I've noticed again today Interestingly, in the summer, on the Sunday show, BA not necessarily a particularly prolific feature, I think. Right, so look. So where is our delta from JFK? Estimated 10 o'clock, 14 minutes for a smoky Josephine arrival. Good morning, Dopey Corp. How are you doing, buddy? Hope all is good, mate. Right, quick water break. I bet this is going to be absolutely refreshing. I was going to say something else there. Mindful, might have children in the show. Ew. I think the most you can say for that is it's liquid. It was blinking cold. So that British Airways arrival is just about on the far horizon. I won't chase after it because we've got an apparent issue with Zoom afflicting today's show, so we'll not get too greedy too soon. Still got manual zoom, just the electronic zoom is not playing. We've got Ryanair on the push as well, so let's just pick that one up. Where might that be going? Let's investigate. Krakow, a Max 8-200, 4 years of age just over. Can't imagine it's too warm there, to be honest. Catch you later, Leslie. Off to the DIY shop with hubby. Sounds like his work's going to be cut out. Good morning, Sam Thurlaway. How's tricks? Thank you, Scottish Linda. Icelandair, our thumbnail image for today's show. Next in after British Airways. Tell you what, the bird song has not relented at all, has it, this morning? So let's find that Icelandair, see where it is on the map. Ah, there you are. Just heading out towards the North Sea at the minute, ready to make its loop and turn onto final approach into Edinburgh. Could be an interesting one with snow forecast some further away. You heard it here. I'm sceptical. I don't think it will. I think they're going to hype it up. I think hill snow, possibly, but for us that don't live on top of hills, I don't think it's going to materialise. But I am prepared to eat humble pie if I'm wrong. Obviously, I'm not a weatherman. I got to agree, Rob. Grass cutting in the middle of November is nuts, but I would cut my back lawn if I could. It's just that the dew doesn't burn off fast enough now, and the amount of rain that came down last week kind of gets quite soft quite quickly, so I think I'm toast now. Thanks, Rob, as well, for confirming that 767 is 12 minutes out. Looking forward to that baby. Good morning, Ross McNeil, member for 12 months. Not letting you into the chat. Have to be a rogue tech thing, Ross. Although I'm increasingly feeling persecuted by rogue tech things at the minute, so I naturally sympathise. How are you keeping? And thank you so much. 12 months a member of PSA. Absolutely awesome support, mate. Massively appreciated. Hope you're keeping well as well. Come on, Mark, catch up. I was hoping to get a bit more of that. Yeah, back to, I think we're talking weather, are we not? Clickbait. I'm getting a bit worn out with some of the rubbish that turns up on my screens. The strangest thing turned up this morning, and I know it's probably artificial intelligence trying to work out what I'm interested in. Autocar had a little clickbait thing that said, 11 things you need to know about the differences between the Supermarine Spitfire and the Messerschmitt Bf 109. Don't know if anyone else said that one. I thought, why would Autocar be posting anything to do with a couple of World War II classic fighters? Discuss. I just don't get that one. And I thought, no, that's probably AI spamming out that guff. Yeah, Scottish Linda, it will be a jungle by March, my back garden. It's going to be strimmer time in April because I can't see me getting on sooner than April. The hedgehogs like it though, so I mean, that's all good. So inbound action, courtesy of Icelandair. I think it's a Max 8, isn't it? Yeah, not a Max 9. I think last time we were live we got a Max 9 as a rare departure from the norm. A 757, of course, would do even better, but you can't have it all. You take your time, Keith Cornell. Perfection is your mission. You are assembling and painting, well, you've assembled it, it's painting up an aviation classic. No point in rushing it. I'm telling myself that with my Lego Concorde that sits there in its box waiting for Christmas Day. Cannot wait. I don't want to rush it, but when I get it, I don't know if I'll be able to put it back down again. So we'll see. Pegasus, 340 miles away, says Hammy. Hammy, since we last had a decent chat, I've changed my outlook when it comes to Pegasus. I'm not a stalwart fan, but that gifted A321 from Tony Rivers, it has got a very central pride of place in my collection. It looks better in model form than it does in real life, if I'm honest. Talking of real life, I've now realised that I've not changed the Icelandair emoji to the green trim. I think it might be a blue one, is it not? Thinking emojis. I knew that I'd take you off kilter, Hammy. I don't know how Tony Rivers ended up winning the plane that he'd gifted to the social in the first place. I have no clue, and I really grilled Eddie afterwards, because to my knowledge we don't have the skills to fix these things, even if we were so motivated. But no, he passed the polygraph and all other forms of dad-induced torture, so I believe him. And of course Tony gifted it to me. What can you say? So Delta are going to be with you very soon indeed. I can just about see it, I think. Can that be right? Crikey. Yep. We do have big Delta just arcing round. Boeing 767-300 extended range, which is what we usually get. Aircraft in question, one that we see regularly as well, November 177 Delta Zulu, 26 years of age. Ooh, getting nearer to 27. Sounds like I've just been cleared to land. Take it away, Ryanair. Take it away. Tony, you had your moment. Yeah, that was nice, man. It's still one of those things that give me a right old chuckle. A good memory, no question about that. Kim, what are the chances? So folks, Delta time, any moment now. Can't be that far before United reappear with their Washington flight either. So we've got a bit of transatlantic action and tempo picking up. 51 minutes to said Pegasus. Thank you, Dopey. That's information none of us need to know. Except now I'm converted, I'm in. Is that right, Keith Cornell? The Messerschmitt car, or the Messerschmitt car? I didn't know they made cars, but I had a 109 cockpit canopy. That's interesting. Yeah, Ash, Lego Concorde. I can't wait, but it has created a headache that I'm going to have to solve. So those of you who follow the show regular know that my model collection is running out of space. So a bit like all airport expansions, where does it go next? There's a little bit on the end that I could probably use, but the Lego Concorde, the box is big ski, and I'm thinking, do I need to put an extra tier on top of my top of my stand, on top of my bookcase, if you like. It's not a bookcase, it's a calyx. If you go, people who go to IKEA would know what I'm talking about. But anyway, I'm thinking, do I put the Lego model above the airport? Do I shelve it up somewhere else? It's not a very big room, my little home office, if you will. Officially it's a bedroom, but it's not that big. Anyway, point being, Lego Concords are pretty big. Ooh, nearly at 200 likes. Thanks everybody. And thanks Rab for flagging that one. So, yeah, Craig McLean, I think the question's been answered. Craig McLean goes to Agadir at 13.50, all things being good. Wheelie of the day, says Andy P. It was a pretty impressive wheelie, but I thought the 757 that came in earlier might have shaded it. But, oh, I don't know. I think I'll have to watch them back to judge that one. I do love a 767, but I do love a 757. I think the other week I gave plane of the day to the 767, did I not? I seem to think I did. So good morning and welcome to anyone that has recently joined the show. If you know who I am, welcome back. If you don't, I'm Mark. Thank you for giving us a spin. Welcome to Edinburgh International Airport. As we're probably about halfway through the Sunday show, or getting towards halfway. Let me have a quick look around the power as well. Check everything is competing with the elements. Seem to be. It is quite nippy, but survivably nippy. Got to watch that one back, Andy P. I don't know. It could still be the 7.6, but I thought the 7.5 was a hell of a wheelie too. Both classic airframes. Good morning, Michelle Johnson. So good to see you. How you doing? Michelle has a birthday coming up fast as well, team. She'll have had a birthday before the next Sunday show. So I'm going to say it now, Michelle. Many happy returns from me to you. Good morning, Andy Burns. How are you doing, Andy? Ooh, this is your bird, is it? Nice one. What takes you to JFK? Weekend break or midweek break? Going back home? I'm intrigued. I bet it's not cheap. It never is whenever I look it up. Yeah, I definitely would like the idea of being on the big screen in the lounges. It would be exceptionally cool. Good morning, Shawmac Aviation Pictures and Mohawk Scotland. Love to you too, my friends. Yeah, Andy, a couple of wines will definitely go a long way. Get you in the mood. Looks like a fairly newish, not new, but newish nose cone. Well, glad to see you got some Zeds, Michelle. I bet they were badly needed. So we've got inbound action, folks. I can see twinkling on the far horizon. We'll stay with the back end of the Delta. Glenn's Aviation, love. Good morning to you, pal. Lions, well in order, mate. You work jolly hard. Well in order. Sundays are made for lying in, especially when it's not too warm outside. You're missing nothing in terms of getting cold. Good grief, Charlie Brown. Ian Finley, 50 gifted memberships. That is just fantastic support. Absolutely awesome, Ian. Thank you so very, very much. We're not fireworking today, but if it's any consolation, my pulse has doubled. Thank you, mate. I won't try and name check all those. I'll probably get telescoped, but that is a fan-dabby, dozy, unbelievable show of support for the channel. What can I say? Les Donaldson's in the show as well. So Les, good morning to you, pal. I'm going to have a lie down now. That was an exciting moment. The screen's just full of names. Wow, 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 wow. Right, what's inbound? Get a grip, Mark. EasyJet from Bristol. Let's get on that one. Thank you, Dopey Gorp. Virtual fireworks, well deserved. Yeah, you're right, Rab. Legend. The legend that is Ian Finley. You're still grinding out the names. Fascinating. It's like a teleprinter. Or my phone is extra laggy. Oh, we've got a Jet 2 on the move. British Airways a little bit in front of it, but we'll stay with Jet 2. Well, that tablet I dropped last week is literally, I don't think it likes the cold now. I think it's had enough. It's hanging in there. Just don't want to tell me anything now. Let's hit refresh, see if that does anything. Switched it off. I don't think that's what I entirely had in mind. Perils of live broadcast. Ooh, Glenn's out for lunch. Nice, mate. Is that a special occasion or just a change of pace? Lunch out. Either way, it sounds just the way to go. Good morning, Andrew. Newly minted member, thanks to Ian Finley. I can't see the chat properly for all those extra names. Are you decorating, Les? Is that what I've concluded out of the last message I can see? So for Glenn, it is partner and her daughter taking you out as it's your 59th birthday. Happy birthday indeed, Glenn. If we had fireworks on, I'd be fireworking you up, but know this. Wish you all the very best, mate. Catch you later, Gordon Hunter. Thanks for joining us. So, thank you, Scottish Linda. British Airways outbound to London Heathrow. Can we look into a planes and trains moment? Who knows? Painting, bless him indeed. I'm hoping Mrs. Donaldson has set you a reasonable deadline, Les. I hate doing Holland stairs at the best of times. So EasyJet next to go. I'm going to see if I can get flight radar back. That's going to have to be the way to proceed. It was proper having one earlier on. So even though I'm trickle charging the tablet, it's still losing juice. Fascinating, as Mr. Spock might say. So Jet 2 departure. Thank you, Scottish Linda, to Fuerteventura. Oh yeah, Michelle, YouTube and its intelligent, whatever it is, thinks there's something wrong with an X in the chat. It literally, as Rab is alerting you, it holds your message back. Just crackers. Oh, blinking heck, Ian, that would have been awesome if we'd been able to catch up, although, as you know, it wasn't the greatest of weather, was it? I got caught out, really. We thought the wind change, as you know, would give us 06 ops, and it didn't. Been caught a couple of times like that over the last 12 months. Hope you had a nice time, mate. So planes holding station, left, right and centre. Right there. Jet 2 there. No, we know like to work. It's Sunday. You should be able to do this with minimal movement. Ah, that's Hammy to a T. Always going to go the extra yard to help. And nailed by Rab. Oh dear. Big smile here, I'm telling you. Big smile. Well, that might be because the sun is shining. There's nothing like a bit of sunshine. Although I am going to have to go tactical now and blow the old hooter. So I'm going to do that away from the microphone. Good morning, Scottish TV Gold. How you doing? Ash, catch you soon, buddy. Have a great rest of the day. For that matter, have a great week. Good morning, Kenny Whitburn. How you doing, Kenny? And Adrian85. Greetings to you in Poland. That's you're a member of the PSA Crew Lounge, courtesy of Ian Finley, who is in today's show. And Mark as well, just to complete the introductory cycle. Another advert on YouTube. Sustainable Fencing UK. Yeah, radio. Looks like just the kind of fencing I'll be putting up in my back garden as well. It's like the kind of fencing you put on an industrial estate. So Ryanair holding short. I can't see anything likely to be arriving in the next 5-10 minutes. Not to the naked eye. Let's see, my tablet works now for flight radar. Let's see if I can tell you what the plane is. Yep, off to Dublin. One of their 737-800s. We're inching forward, that's good. Bit of bird scaring in the background, if you can hear that. Good morning, Aviation Action Scotland. How goes it, Gary? Gorgeous Ryanairs. Can you imagine, at some point, will they ever change the livery? Or is this one that is going to be around for the next 50 years? It's not one I'm particularly keen on, but on its day it can look quite smart. Yeah, Michelle, this is the scenic end of the bus. Less urban architecture in the shot. Oh, crikey, we're off. Relatively short hop to Dublin. Good morning, Mark Pride. How goes it, Mark? You've had your feet up in the Lurkers Lounge. Well, it is Sunday. Now I'm a convert now. I've sold out. Trivers has showed me the light, so I've got the Pegasus in the middle of my model collection. The world's gone mad, or Mark's gone mad. I don't know what's happened there. I don't know where we all are with Condor stripes, of course. I think that might be also polarising, but you already know I like them. I've dropped a very thick hint to Eddie that for Christmas I would rather like a Condor 757 in stripes. I think there's a red one I've seen, that red striped one, which catches the eye. So always best to give as much advice and guidance as you possibly can to family members when it comes to Christmas gifting, I reckon. So I'm just working on a bit of a shuffle on that. But I know stripes ain't everybody's things, or hoops, depending on which way you want to look at it. Mark Pride, member for 17 months, always a cup of tea in Lurkers, Mark. Yeah, if only Lurkers was nearer here, I'd come and join you. Put this onto autopilot and have a brew for 10 minutes. Hope has left the building, says Nell. Seriously, Eddie can't get his head around it. He can't get his head around it. That's me. Got to collect them all. What, all of the stripes? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Something about them. It's a shame they don't feature in our shows as a rule, unless we've been overseas. Aviation Action Scotland, still feeling the flu. Got my flu jab on Thursday. I've always said no to the flu jab, but I did say that when I turned 60, I would start being sensible. This is PSA reminding me of that. Les, don't let that paintbrush go hard, mate. I don't know if you've left the room already, but have fun. But yeah, get well soon, Gary. I'm kind of thinking, eek, you know, like with these things, what's the risk of getting a mini flu? Always looking on the bright side of life. Well, if I take the camera off this Jet 2, it's going to move, innit? So let's try that. Because aviation live stream shows definitely work better with moving action. I know what you mean, Rab. I'm in two minds as well. This is an evening appointment, which is something new. Apparently my surgery is literally the last date they're offering. That's it, because they've got the stock they've got. Obviously there's a date on it, but it seems to be going out of date pretty quickly. Anyway, helicopter behind me. I think I'll stay with the Jet 2 for the minute and see if we can acquire the chopper as we go. But yeah, I'm a little bit in two minds, but I did say I'd start having the jab at 60, so let's see how we go. Foxy B ahead of the game as always, had hers done. Well done, Foxy B, and great to see no side effects, not even a sore arm. Right, I'm expecting at least that. I don't want a sore arm either. If we can catch hold of that, because I'm not using the second zoom. We get a bit of it. not really. So we're only on manual zoom. On the count, we do seem to have some kind of glitch. They're going where the sun shines brightly. Notice I didn't try and sing that. Yeah, pressure is on, Foxy. Pressure is on. Honestly, Mrs. PSA has really kind of held me. When I wasn't 60, it was easy to say, look, I'll have it done when I'm 60. And now I am 60, I ain't got nowhere to go with it, really. So, I think the moral of the story is don't promise things that you don't want to happen. You know, say, oh, I'll do it when I'm 5 years on or whatever it is, because eventually you find yourself having to make good on your promise. Linda Jane Loves had her flu jab, no side effects either, no sore arms. Right, it sounds like it's, Rab, you've got to get it done, man. It sounds like it's virtually a spa treatment. I know you normally do. Me, I'm taking the plunge. Taking the plunge. Looks like we've got runway check in progress. I'm not sure why I didn't hear that in my earpiece. I'm wondering if the, no, the scanner hasn't switched itself off. Right, United are requesting push and turn. So let's just loiter with them, see what happens. Ryanair on the move as well, slightly off shot at the minute. Ryanair off to Gdansk. Let's just quickly show you that. For all you stalwart Ryanair fans out there, all 10 of you. Well, in terms of the aesthetic appeal, I think travelling wise there'll be a lot more. Yeah, United have just been approved for their push and turn request. Andy P, another man ahead of the game. Well, I'm glad I've told you this. I can't wuss out now. What's this? Hammy says United 767 creeping up overhead from behind me. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I can see it. It's not going to be gettable for me, Hammy. No, I can't use the electronic zoom. I've only got the manual, you see, until I've sorted out whatever this issue is. I bet you if I switch the camera off and switch it back on, it's not an issue. But I don't want to do that midstream. Right, I think Easy have also requested push and turn for their Luton return. Oh, nice one, Rab. We've got an inbound flying pencil, folks. United Airlines 757 from Washington, small minutes away. So we've also got, I knew this would happen, it happens every time. Oh, planes and trains, let's stay there. ScotRail featuring. United have, in fact, now actually executed their push and turn. So they're off to New York, Newark, so creating a bit of space at the ranch Ranch, get it out. Good morning, Tony McCall. Now, it's interesting, isn't it, Tony, that, and I'd say this time and time again, that Panasonic, utterly bulletproof, you know, easy to protect in the weather. Obviously, camcorders have their limitations. You can't dance around that. But if you're talking about something that travels well, blah, 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 to be fair, this is the first time I've had a glitch issue with the Sony of the sort, this particular sort anyway. So I've got to bet you, if I switch it off and switch it on, it's not a problem. But I'll still do the firmware check when I get home, just to be sure, and then we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, you are right. Good old Panasonic, eh? Good morning, Robin Harrison. Sunny and cold Morecambe. We can match you on that one. It is sunny, as you can see, and it's pretty nippy. But if you toggle up well, it's quite nice to be out. Ryanair striding forward onto the active runway. Oh, well done, KC. Well done, KC. I did have quite a bit of prostate investigation, what, 3-4 years ago. Everything right up to biopsy in the end, but happily, and all clear at the end of it. Wasn't any fun. So United, rather sportingly, haven't moved an inch. I see a plane inbound. I'm pretty sure that is going to be their sister aircraft, but let's just get some confirmation on that. No, it's an EasyJet from Belfast. 11 years of age, nearly 12 years of age. Departed all of 31 minutes ago. That's going to be an next arrival. EasyJet from Belfast. I'm not sure if Turkish are calling for push and turn, but being told that their flight plan is a bit early, or they're a bit earlier than their flight plan. Get it out correct. So, sounds like a no, if I've understood that message correctly. Tell you what, Casey, what are you going to do if we get another viewer from Chigwell? Will you be able to retain the title of Chigwell's finest? Right, United are on the move. EasyJet are on the move. KC, I was testing to see whether you were monitoring the airwaves. I was saying, what are you going to do if we get another viewer from Chigwell? The moniker Chigwell's finest would technically be up for grabs. Not saying you wouldn't win it, I'm just saying up for grabs. So good morning and welcome to anybody that is in the show that I've not said hi to in the chat. If I've missed you in the chat, desperately sorry. Wouldn't do that on purpose. But anyway, welcome to Edinburgh. And if you knew you were Edinburgh anyway, and you know it's Mark doing the talking, all well and good. But if you are new to all of this, I am, as described, Mark, your host, through till about 2 o'clock today if we get the right duration out of the kit. Been a bit colder, probably the coldest show we've done yet this side of last winter. Just keeping an eye on power consumption as we are running a little bit longer than our usual winter type duration. Hey, way to go, Robin Harrison. Way to go. Morecambe Promenade with a coffee. Cool. Thanks for being part of it all. I think they've just been cleared as well, so they should be good to go. Give it some welly, some RB211 mood music for Sunday. Good morning, Alibi 58. Perfect timing. Let's see if we can get a bit of that when it comes out the trees. A little bit flatter than I thought, but there it is. Can't get as much of it, unfortunately, for that zoom issue, but sounded grand. So, next contestant in the Edinburgh Sunday show is an EasyJet off to Munich. Quite fancy a Munich trip myself, actually. We did that last year, as regulars will know, and it's a really good place to spot from. Probably more of a summertime gig, but enjoyable nevertheless. Oh, and the inbound United turning onto finals. Thank you, Rab. I can just see it is just the merest of specks. Must be still a fair way out over the Firth of Forth. Just want to shake a bit of love into my life into my pocket warmers. we'll just rest up with this ASL freighter. United ain't going to be far away. I'm just going to try the zoom again, see if it's fixed itself whilst I've not been using it. See, I've got it back on. Let's zoom in and see if it's sticky. Ooh, we might have got through that glitch issue. Keep an eye on it. Thank you, Rab. These kind of days are to die for, aren't they, weather-wise? The backlit bit is a little bit of occupational hazard, but it's really clear, really calm. It's, yeah. Good morning, Bev. Hey up, Rainbow Love. How you doing? That was Ian Finley, I think. I'm almost certain it was Ian Finley. I saw your name in the absolute stream of names that streamed through. A lot of streams in that sentence. Right. You've just waved away a 757. Let's welcome another one in. One in, one out. Cool, that sun is fierce. Right, Turkish have finally been given approval to push and turn. They were chomping on the bit a little bit, trying to get out quite a bit ahead of their flight plan, from what I could glean, but they are good to go now. Right, let's just try something slightly different. Apologies for the rustling. I'm just going to see if the zoom is still playing. Kind of looks like it is. So time for a water break 2. We do have inbound action as well, so we're not just about the outbound. We've got EasyJet in from Stansted with an A320. Jeswi is the reg. Golf Echo Zulu Whiskey India. Just heard that back in the headset. I was rather chugging that, wasn't I? So that was, you had Wes Streeting at your door, Casey. Where I live, and we don't do politics at the channel, so steering out of that one, but you don't even get prospective council candidates knocking on your door. Can't be bothered. Oh, hang on. Craig is now in the Plaza Premium Lounge. Have you got a view of us, Craig, from the Plaza premium lounge. I don't know if that's the lounge Linda Cooper works in. I've got a feeling she works in a different one, but no. Right, I spy with my little eye. It's all going to be about the Turkish A321, I think. Still got a bit of high vis bib action in the foreground. Interesting. Stay there for the moment. Perhaps with a little bit less grass. Oh my lord, Scottish Linda and Jonathan McD are working in, word of the day for me, cahoots with their Pegasus spamming. And that can only mean one thing. The mighty P is inbound. An A321 Neo, 3 years of age, 3.5 years of age, departed nearly 4 hours ago from Istanbul. Just crossing the coast now. So Pegasus, massive. In fact, actually, more information than you need to know. I am wearing my Pegasus t-shirt today. In fact, thinking on, HDC has his Pegasus t-shirt that he won from the social inbound to HGC headquarters, so that'll be something that should land this week. Oh, where's the chaps in the high vis? Who else is spamming up? Time to hide. Yes, indeed, Ravenel. Even Mark's been converted. So who else is throwing the spam around? Dopey Gorp, Hammy, more from Scottish Linda, and Tony Rivers too. Rainbow Love, Craig McLean, any more for any more. The mighty P is your next plane, ladies and gentlemen. I think Turkish have just been given approval to taxi. Didn't quite catch all of the message. I still say my model looks better, but there you go, folks. Pegasus is in the house. Good morning, Liz Graham. Good morning to you in Dumfries and Galloway. Welcome to the show, Liz. I'm Mark, just to get all the acquaintances and introductions in. Lovely to have you with us. Just in time to wave off Turkish Airlines on what is turning out to be a beautifully sunny November day. Alibi, I knew that would shock you. Forget anything you ever knew. The world has changed. Mark's, well, you might think been oxygen deprived if you didn't know better, but I was so staggered by what happened at the social, it's completely reframed my head. Of course, the Pegasus Massive haven't actually accepted me into their midst. I'm just, I don't know. Pegasus positive. I think that's my current status, rather than Pegasus ardent. Jonathan McD will no doubt do something with it. This is the trouble with sound bites. From me, Bev, not a clue, but those who know, I'll let them sing up in the chat. Not sure. It certainly looked pretty vile the further south you went. Foxy's on it. Well, thing is, Alibi, I was saying to the chat, I'm getting my flu jab on Thursday, and obviously there's always a mini episode, always a possibility with a vaccination, but I can't even attribute it to that. I am of sound mind. Big smiley face. To be fair, Eddie took a bit of convincing that I was on the level as well. He thought I was just trying to be super dry. But I don't have that many levels. Yeah, Liz, press week. I was saying earlier on in the show, been there a couple of times this year for the Donald Trump arrival, and I just think it's one of those really interesting airports. It's just a shame it doesn't serve up enough traffic to make a live stream viable. Otherwise, I'd like to have done more there, to be honest, because they get interesting stuff, as in like outside of the norm, don't they? Plus some nice cargo action as well, which in daylight hours is a bit of a treat, really. Is it not very friendly, Craig? Can't be right, surely. Right, here we go. No? Yeah, no? Yeah. Pegasus still haven't got a parking space, actually. GRWW, good morning to you in Dallas, Texas. How are you keeping? Oh, that's interesting. AirAsia a lot for Edinburgh. Anyone else heard that one? That's exciting stuff. Particularly AirAsia, I'd say, because that sounds particularly exotic. Lot would be fantastic. In some respects, I'm surprised they're not already here. So, Pegasus have now found a home. Where'd you pick that one up from, GRWW? I'll enjoy delving into that further. It's always nice to hear new planes and airlines being added. After the week that we've just had here in the UK with Blue Islands going into administration and Eastern also in the cart as well, it's always good to hear something good's happening. Michelle, enjoy your lunch. it's been lovely to see you in the show. Have a great birthday, and have a great time out with Jackie as well. Big kiss from me, sweetheart. Right, looks like our next arrival is going to be a Loganair from Southampton. Just looping round over the Firth of Forth. I've just about got visual on it as well, which is an indication of really how clear the vis is. Certainly looking out to the coast. It's a bit hazier looking up towards the Pentlands, as you can see there. Sun straight back straight in front of us, actually, in that position. But Rabbit's Michelle's birthday on the 21st of November, which, what would that be? What day is it today? It's 16th today, so I make that Friday. Is that right? Michelle's birthday on Friday, if I've roughly lined up dates and days. All right, Kuala Lumpur for AirAsia. I was getting super excited about that one, GRWW. Super excited. Well, I reckon, going to Hammy's point in the chat, I think a 380 would look fantastic in Condor colours. Definitely. Right, EasyJet to Luton. Here's your next plane. Yeah, Liz, it's interesting, isn't it, when you're at the airport and when you're watching the planes, watching the people. I'm the same, if I'm honest. It's once I'm there, I tend to get a little bit fussy about being too early and all the rest of it. I'm always early. But once I'm there and settle in and you watch things coming and going, I love it. Especially with a brew. Reminds me, Rab, I've got something. I'll have to put it into next week's show, which I know you're going to approve of. Just hold that thought. If we're talking about what you can do with the Condor stripe, yeah, there's a picture which another friend of the channel shared with me some weeks ago, actually. It's been in my pending pile, and you're going to love it. Stephen Marchant, the King of Tenerife. How are you doing? Good morning to you. Busy with work? Yeah, I mean, I don't have that in my life, but you have all my sympathy and respect. 2 weeks in Tenerife. Well, there you go. The King of Tenerife indeed. And, COVID. Ooh, planes and trains. Can I somehow get that into the inbound aircraft shot? I can. There you go, all happening. Hope you're feeling better now, mate. I'd imagine there's going to be an awful lot more of that knocking about in the next 2 and 3 months. Cold and flu season. COVID is still in the equation. Anyway, it's fantastic to have you with us. And I'm hoping Tenerife served up its customary excellent experience for you. Oh, thanks, Liz. Thanks. It's lovely to have you with us as well. Try and make it as relaxed as we can. Steve Marsh, hey, up to you. How goes it? Sunny morning in Scotland. Isn't every day like this? And good morning, Jacqueline Murphy. Sorry, the sun is glaring at me, Jacqueline. Jacqueline Murphy, welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge. Fantastic to have you with us. Squinting again with the sun. Let's see. Oh, it's Stephen Marchant, member for 28 months. And reads, yeah, all good now, thanks. 8 weeks till the next trip for the King of Tenerife. Fantastic support over 28 months, Stephen. Oh, crikey, got an EasyJet rolling. Someone's turned the sun up a bit more. Some serious wattage on now. It's not quite take your coat off territory, as you can imagine, but it's getting more and more pleasant all the time. Oh, got BA on the push. BA Baracus. And we've got something on its way in as well, which I will look up in a jiffy. So, plane on shot is a British Airways 320 Neo, shortly to wend its way to London Heathrow. Cool, that sun is fierce. Right, I may not pronounce this correctly, but Gidon, I hope you appreciate me trying with my heart, in all honesty. Gidon Koningsberger, welcome to you all the way over to our east in Germany. Fantastic to have you with us. Country that we love spotting in with plain sailing aviation, not long having come back from Frankfurt and Cologne. But anyway, Gidon, it's fantastic to have you with us. Welcome to Edinburgh. That was a lovely picture your mum sent, Mary. Yes, Mark gives it 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. Yeah, Rob, I'm telling you now, it's a game changer, this sun. It really has transformed it in terms of taking the chill off, no question. I'll be definitely boo-hooing it if it goes off behind a cloud. It's hard to tell what's going to happen here. It's blue behind me all the way up towards Fife, I think, looking at it. Most of the clouds are in front of us. So, happy days. Well, it's... I might even end up with a bit of sunburn. That'd be a laugh, wouldn't it? Sunburn. Yeah, Bev, concentrate on the roast. All about the timing and attention to detail. Sunday dinner, definitely got to be prioritised, especially if you've got a roast on. What are you roasting before you go? Right, so inbound action virtually with us in the shape of Aegean, one of the smarter liveries in today's show, a 320 Neo, 2 years of age. So let's acquire the target. Craig McLean, you superstar, hat-trick on the gifties. Unbelievable support. Thank you so much, buddy. As I say, lament the fact I've got no fireworks on today, but thank you so much and welcome aboard Andy Burns, who of course has been, might still be in the show. I'm not quite sure, Andy, if you're still live in the chat, but I know you have been. Welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge. And we're not done there either. The King of Tenerife, aka Stephen Marchant, as spoilt us rotten with 5 gifted memberships. Yep, 5, just checking against the sunshine. Sun levels are almost Aegean. Well, if you weren't wearing a coat, 2 fleeces, Under Armour and a Pegasus t-shirt and a partridge in a pear tree. Right, let's just do the name check on those 5 gifties so kindly given by Stephen Marchant. Let's have a look. Hope these are easy ones to say. Oh, good start. A380 Chaser, Henry Arth. Oh, I know Henry Arth. Welcome aboard, Henry. Hope you're keeping well. Away Day ZBWF FC Forever Season 25-26. Cool, that's a mouthful. Tanky Pop 28. That sounds more like it. Welcome aboard. And Mike Roger. Welcome one and all to the PSA Crew Lounge. Oh, Andy Burns is the guy that's flying out with Delta, isn't he? Hammy, the penny has just dropped. Mary, of course, I loved your new dress too. You look lovely in it. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm going to have to get some sunglasses. Well, I have got some sunglasses. They're just not with me because I don't think I blinking need them. Jonathan McD, superstar. Thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships to support the channel. Awesome support from another good friend. Who have we got? Jane Chapman, Scott Root, Kyle Clark, DJB Planes, and now an advert's interceded, and Little Mai. Welcome aboard one and all. Oop, keep up, Mark. Planes moving. Cabo Taxi. How goes it with you, Cabo? Hope you're keeping well. That'll be a poignant anniversary for you, Casey. No question about that. I'll tell you what, and for anyone else that was lucky enough to fly Concorde, it shows you with these things, they are, if in doubt, do it, I guess is what I'm trying to say, because before you know it, you can't. Whether it's your own circumstances or the opportunity goes. And you think about Concorde, who would have guessed that, I know there's a replacement, and I say a replacement, is it Boom or something the Americans are working on at the moment? But I think at the time, it was once Concorde entered service, I never imagined we wouldn't have Concorde. And of course, we know that events took a different turn. Good morning, Alexandra Wood. Somebody else who's flown Concorde. Lovely to see you, Alexandra. Hope all is going good. I don't know, Cabo. I wasn't paying enough attention. If I'm going to fess up. Oh, this gifted membership was it's got me head swimming. Yeah, exactly as Rab says, Stephen, the plan is to wrap up on Sunday the 11th of January. That's what we're working towards. Hope everything kind of lines itself up for that one. Going to be an incredibly sad moment, but well, you'll have seen the post I put out, presumably at some point. We were always set up primarily to be a 3-year channel. And whereas I did kind of think hard about going longer earlier in the year when my cardiac issue was giving me more things to think about, when you dust it all down, life's too short to spend too much time doing one thing, particularly when you're in your 60s. Good morning, Darren Lively. Hello to you. You're on the EasyJet at 11:40. Okie dokie, Darren. Are you at the front of the bus or are you a passenger on it? Either which way. Where is it going at 11:40? Not sure what else is due out then. You're right, Alibi. You are right. And I think that's, me and Mrs. PSA were talking about this the other day, about transition. A bit like when you retire, I suppose, as well. You know, when you go through a major change, it's going to feel different. And I think of it on that kind of scale. I've only been doing it 3 years, not 40 years, but it's absolutely part of my day-to-day life. I just can't see me standing out here in November temperatures getting into my 60s. I'd rather be sitting in the warm watching somebody else standing out there in seriously cold temperatures. Saying earlier on in the show, I do reckon on doing a fair bit, if I can get the right prices at different points, a bit of Ryanair frequent flying, you know, the really cheap fares to wherever. Let me see what's what. Quite fancy a bit of that. I've got one of those little rucksacks that you can put enough stuff in for an overnight or a couple of nights, but it all fits under the seat in front, so it's just the basic seat price and you're not paying for overhead stuff or anything that has to go in the hold, which of course if you go with a live stream channel, generally speaking, you've got to check stuff in the hold. I can't see much on final approach. I think our next arrival is just flying over Alibi's house or pretty close to it, inbound EasyJet from Amsterdam. An Austrian registered one, 16 years of age. In terms of departure action, literally nothing is transponding. So if you've got the urge for a cup of tea or coffee, I'd say definitely do those things. And that is indeed the baby bus Alexandra Wood is referring to in the chat. So that looks like our next inbound. I think in Icelandair must be about due out now. In fact, let's just, they're not transponding, but I'm just curious. Although I've clicked on arrivals when I mean departures, so that's promising. Delta are due out with the 767 at 11:45, and they're still shown as on time there. Air France running late, that's interesting. Icelandair due out at 11:20, 6 minutes time for that. Good morning and welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge, Jane Chu. Fantastic to have you with us, Jane. Absolutely fantastic. Welcome aboard. And Mark as well, just to make sure I've ticked the box in terms of who I am as well. Be really rude to not manage that, but lovely to have you with us. And the Haggis Chasers. The Mothman's cousin. I think there might have to be a prisoner exchange orchestrated between Jonathan McD and Hammy. I don't know, find somewhere appropriate to make the exchange. But anyway, good morning, the Haggis Chasers. We're going to miss you too, Mary and Christine and Philip, and all of you, to be honest. Still got plenty to go at yet, though, so don't still got quite a bit of action to come our way. I'm assuming we're going to get some crummy weather ones as well between now and then. I mean, you don't want a storm for the sake of a storm, because let's be honest, there's always a financial cost if you're in one of the affected areas. But when it happens, hopefully we'll be able to share it. So do a bit of that. I've still got the highest of hopes that we'll get some kind of stream from here on a snowy day, but one of those snowy days that isn't going to leave you stuck, if you know what I mean. So catch the snow, see it clear, business as usual kind of thing. But it would be nice just to catch a bit of snow clearing operations. Right, our inbound baby bus is just visible now, so we are back in the game. I don't think Jonathan McD, Steve Marshall would want me under his feet. He's got a full-on gig, turning out quality product. I'm going to be a retired YouTuber. I think, going back to Stephen Marchant's question further up as well, so when we officially finish on the 11th, we may overrun with the odd special during that kind of window where I'm selling the kit on, basically. So I've got various, obviously, bits of kit that may well get flogged along the way. So whilst it's theoretically possible for me to put on the odd show, and there's something to show, then we may well do it. But I don't want to commit to being a membership channel if I can't do right by the members. So that's the thing. That's why we're doing it the way we're doing it. Mark logic. But like I say, there's a lot of stuff to be doing between now and then. So let's do it. And good morning, possibly the longest YouTube username, a tribute. Oh, no show's complete without me having to use those words. Oh, Norwegian inbound, 11 miles out. Nice one, Alexandra. Let's do EasyJet first. Hey, Mothman's back in the show. Probably been released from the shed to wash Ami's car, I would imagine. To be fair, it is a car washing day. So I mentioned earlier in the show that we got the Dubai Air Show starting tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see who comes away with what, order book wise. I mean, obviously showcasing the 777X, the much delayed, much anticipated 777X, is going to be interesting. Is that going to be the game changer that is hoped for? But if you look beyond that, just what level of business is going to be done? There's that many airlines have already got lots of aircraft on order, and it must get really difficult to try and work out where everything sits when you still haven't received the stuff that you ordered ages ago. Hang on a minute, what's Hammy doing? Raising his offer to £20. Don't know what. Oh, Storm Hing, hello to you. Oh, must be for the kit. Got you, Hammy. Nah, not quite in the right space, mate. Oh dear, hilarious. I thought you were going to say my car, Hammy. Oh dear. Yorkshire Bikers in the house. Good morning, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. And nice one, Alexandra. You are on the money, because Icelandair was there. Now they are there. And they were sneaking out without me noticing. 737 max 8. Right, next inbound is Twinkling. That will be the inbound Norwegian from Oslo. Going to be with you momentarily. It's one of those with a plain tail fin. Plain tail fin on a plane. That'll catch on. Yeah, Jonathan, you're right. There's a lot of horse trading, I think, as well between airlines and leasing companies, because it is such a difficult market to figure through, isn't it? It really is. I still think we're going to see more acceleration around the decline of the 757, the 767, but also the A319. We already know those things are happening, but I think it'll be the rate of change is going to start kicking up a gear if the big manufacturers could just get more of their delivery book out the door. That's the thing that's holding it back. And of course, you know, it was good news to pick up earlier in the show that the A340-600 is getting a more extended run with Lufthansa, because they're still waiting on deliveries. A bit more of that, be well in order. Interesting, Tony McCall. I've often thought about this. You know, if you have, and bearing in mind, these things are signed off, you know, with a lot of governance within companies. So it's not just one bloke with a checkbook. But in reality, someone makes that final decision, someone puts pen to paper, someone owns it. And the scale of it and the consequences of buying the wrong thing, well, it won't be the wrong thing, obviously the wrong thing, but you know, like on matters of economy and maintenance and equipment life, you know, I think the recent issues with those Pratt & Whitney engines been a case in point. It's a lot riding on it. Upside is you obviously get to go to a lot of air shows as well as the manufacturers. So Icelandair look like they're on the way out, as in taxiing out, not on the way out of business, and so it is. Good morning, Swedish car spotter. Welcome to the show. Mark X Unknown, hello to you. Crikey, you're close to the airport. Lucky you as well. The Edinburgh Airport is just a fantastic place to be able to catch the action, and it just seems to be getting better and better, to be honest. Welcome back, DB Bassman. You take care, Michelle. Have a great rest of the day, sweetheart. Ooh, we've got an Aer Lingus prop on the way in. Thanks, Alexandra. 12 miles out. I can just see it as well. My eyesight must be getting better. Can't see that. To be fair, getting better from a fairly low base. Interesting, Tony McCall. Interesting. It's got to be good for Scotland, doesn't it, if you have decent action at Glasgow and Edinburgh. Also going to be interesting whether that represents an expansion of service by WestJet or just them trying to haggle a better price than they're getting out of Edinburgh at the minute. Because obviously as Edinburgh gets busier and busier, you know, the old thing about demand and all the rest of it, they can potentially charge higher prices for their slots and whatever. So I don't know, interesting. Ooh, Leslie McIntosh's son has bought a Lego Concorde. Son-in-law, so to say, bought a Lego Concorde, saving it until Leslie's grandson is old enough to do it together. My granddaughter's 3.5, yeah, 3.5, but I'm not going to wait. I'm getting mine for Christmas. I've got it already from Mrs. PSA, although I'm not touching it till Christmas Day. But I'm looking forward to getting to grips with it massively. I've been on about getting one all year, and well, I mean, these things are ridiculously pricey in fairness, but looks exquisite. I kind of blamed Ash Watts for this because he shared a picture of his Lego Concorde and I thought I could have a piece of that. That's the other thing I've noticed since we've gone on to winter timetable. We were, at one time in the Sunday shows, knee deep, it felt, in Aer Lingus ATRs. A lot of traffic heading over to both the Emerald Isle and Belfast. And whereas they're still regular in the show, not as many. Good morning, Sue Major. I'm almost certain your benefactor is the one and only Ian Finley, who dropped 50 gifties earlier in the show. I couldn't name check them all because there were too many, but I'm almost certain on that basis that you were one of those 50. Fantastic to have you back with us. Good morning, Yvonne V. How are you doing? Big smile from me to you. Well, the main thing is, Yvonne, I hope you're doing well. Icelandair on their way out the door, and trains and planes too. Crikey, I can't even see that. You can tell it's approaching midday. The sun is just getting that little bit zingier. Need some wraparound shades like on that Aegean over there. So, let's go back. Chat's just jumped on me. Just pull it back. Mary says 267 likes. Thank you to everybody that's hit the like button. Plenty of time yet for anyone to hit the like that has yet to do so. It makes such a difference to us, it really does. Got no fireworks today, Yvonne, but you have my heartfelt thanks for your support. It's fantastic support. 21 months a member of the PSA Crew Lounge. Fantastic channel, fantastic with people like you, Yvonne. Thank you so much. And good morning and welcome, talking about fantastic people, another friend of ours, another great friend, Alan Lee. Hope the sun is out for for you, Alan, down at Seat and Burn. And you're keeping well. Thank you so much for your very kind super chat. Very generous of you, pal. I'm thinking at the minute the sun must be out everywhere. I can't see a cloud anywhere. I'm looking towards Andy P's house, looking towards Hammy's house. Nah, not seeing any of that. Everywhere I'm going, it's blue. Baby, it's blue. Right, time to consult flight radar, I think. Because I know we've got an inbound. I feel it in my water, because I can see it. Yeah, not quite ESP, is it? Good morning, Barry Price. How are you doing? Oh, Barry, are you another one that's benefited from Ian's kindness? Super to have you with us. I tell you what, Mary Brock, would that not be a fantastic gift? Anywhere in the world. Where do folks want to go in the world? I was going to say earlier on, where would you choose to go from Edinburgh today if you could have the free choice? Let's keep the range narrow. Where would you go? Would you join Craig McLean on his way to Agadir? Or somewhere further afield? Maybe it's a forage on the Pegasus. See what Istanbul's like. I'll have a think about that myself, actually. Where would I go? I don't think Athens would be too shabby. I think so far, from what I've seen today, I'm kind of thinking I would have quite liked to go to Munich. But you've got to be honest, break it down, JFK on the big delta is probably what's going to steal it. Ooh, clearing with Callum as well, good stuff. Can't whack a clean sky, can you, for a bit of plane watching? Hope it's going to be like this tomorrow. Quite fancy putting the tripod up in the back garden, setting the camera, and then just doing other stuff and scurrying out every time something interesting turns up. Proper blue sky day is on the cards. China for Alan Lee. Gee, that's I'm not doing the long haul stuff, but as I've covered on previous shows, but Hong Kong, Singapore and Japan and Australia, that's the bit in my world that's just, I wished I'd done and I ain't. That's not just one place, of course, but if I was going that far east, I'm going to more than one place. The good news is, Rab, I'll not be singing Agadoo. I'm taking my hosting duties exceptionally seriously today, enforcing my own no-sing zone. So British Airways inbound from London Heathrow, having departed 54 minutes ago. This aircraft, nearly 24 years of age, entering service in December 2001. Ooh, there's a plane in the background, if you can just make that one out. Thanks, Swedish car spotter. So we've got an EasyJet just winding its way along, the one that recently arrived, of course. Darren, you got to tell us which one it's going to be. So give us something to work with. Where are you going? You might have answered that question previously, but if you tell me which one it is, I've got 11:40 in my head, but I'm not sure what else might be going at 11:40. Is this you? This could be you, couldn't it? This isn't the one that arrived. I think this is that one. Good morning, Robert Schofield. Well, good morning here anyway. Mary Brock would opt for England and Wales. If you're going to come to England and Wales, Mary, you'd have to do Scotland as well. Definitely. Not Darren, should be the next one. Ah, got it. That one. Looking for confirmation. Birmingham. So I think that is Birmingham. That's what my water tells me. Yep, Birmingham. I didn't think I ignored you. Amy, it's not you increasing your bid to £21, is it? Never knowingly ignore anybody. And for that matter, good morning to anyone that has just joined the show. Certainly good morning in terms of UK time, 11:37 as it is. And of course, people are in the show from all over the world. Right, I don't know if Darren is... Let's see if we can get in. We're going to get any shine a light activity, but anyway, that's Darren's plane. Safe trip to Birmingham, buddy. Nice one, Alexandra. We have Ryanair virtually upon us from Porto. Burke Andrew, hello to you. Welcome to the show. Gifted in by Ian Finley, one of our fantastic friends at Plain Sailing Aviation. So welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge. Thank you, Rob. That's a big smile here. Yeah, no worries, Darren. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Craig McLean, I don't know if I missed it in the chat, but what side of the plane will you be sitting when you set off to Agadir? Well, it would be fireworks if we had fireworks today, Ali Bhai, but I've just seen your 31-month milestone. Fill the screen up. Another fantastic friend of the channel, friend, moderator, and supporter of the PSA experience. Awesome stuff. Cheap as chips. Well, listen, I'm glad you're buying your chips here, mate. It's been a real pleasure to be a friend or be friends during this time. I don't know where the time's gone, but hey ho, 31 months. Thank you, pal. Wicket Crick, hello to you. I'm going to guess you're a cricket enthusiast, and therefore I'm going to stretch it a bit further and say looking forward to the Ashes. Lord knows I am. Good morning and welcome, Lady 757 from a cloudy, I can't believe it, Lady 757. The sky is virtually blue everywhere. I can't believe it doesn't extend down to the West Midlands. Anyway, all seriousness, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. And that was a gift from Ian Finley. So that's the name of your benefactor. Mohawk Scotland, a member for 15 months. Still lurking, just not in the chat. It's great to have you with us, Graham, and it's been fantastic to, you know, have you with us for all of those 15 months. A great supporter of ours, thank you. British Airways just nosing their way in. EasyJet shortly to be nosing their way out. That'll be Darren's flight to Birmingham. Let's get on that. Just taking the runway. Yeah, all about the Ashes. Wicket Crick. Which way do you fancy them going? There's a lot of hype about it at the minute, isn't there? I always think Australia in Australia is a tough gig. Everything has to go for England. And if there was one thing that I wish they'd done, just straying off the narrative a little bit here, is a bit more prep. Conditions are that bit different. But hey-ho, I'm going to enjoy watching it play out. Right, all lined up, ready to go to the cloudy skies of Birmingham, as we've just discovered from Lady 757. So Darren, I'm assuming you'll be in flight safe by now, but if you're catching the last bit of this message, you're not going to be heading to t-shirt weather. So as we just drop onto the Ryanair, recently arrived from Porto, we have got Scotland's finest on the move. I'm presuming that's going to be off to Bergen. Nope, Southampton. And there was me saying earlier in the show, the answer to the question is always Southampton, and then I broke my rule. See if the zoom is still zooming. Yep, so it is. So it is. Oh, how me. I don't know. Listen, if I can rethink Pegasus, you can rethink cricket. That's how you've got to think about this. Don't rule it out, mate. Don't rule it out. Thank you, HGC. Adding a bit of quality to the dialogue. You're so right. You're so right. Jonathan McD, vertical snooker. Why do you come up with this stuff? You've got such a creative imagination. It's just unbelievable. Well done, your dad, Rab. Man of class, clearly. The only thing is, when they're playing in Australia, the obvious point, as Mary will know because she joins us, it might be convenient hours for us, but it's quite different all the way over there kind of thing. But it's bleary-eyed territory, isn't it? You kind of, I'm going to be very sleep deprived during that period of time. Oh, nice planes and trains moment there, courtesy of ScotRail. So you really do like cricket then, Hammy? Oh, sorry, I misread that one. I must have nibbled on the bait too quickly. Oh, we're off. But yes, I get that, Jonathan. All about angles. I might have misheard that, but I got the notion that Delta were calling for push and start. Yeah, they are transponding. Push and start for Delta. We have big Delta shortly to take itself back to JFK. So let's have a look. Aviation Action Scotland would rather watch a gallon of pure white Gloucester drive than a game of rounders. Oh, yeah, that would be an event, wouldn't it? International paint drying. Oh, that has brought a tear to my eye. Dopey Gorp's on board as well. Very good. Alexandra Wood, member for 31 months. Another great friend of our channel and superstar moderator too. Been fantastic to have you with us. Delighted to be part of PSA, says Alexandra. We're even more delighted to have you with us. Fantastic. Yes, Rab. Headingley in 81. To be honest, when did I discover cricket? Probably about 1975. And then I can remember 76. I think it was the West Indies that were touring the UK at the time. You know, the days of Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd, fearsome pace attack, Andy Roberts, Malcolm Marshall, I'm thinking. Scratching my head off the top of my head. It was a proper full-on pace attack. Michael Holding. Crikey, I could think Michael Holding. Anyway, by the by, they utterly terrorised England at the time. And you go, at the time I was at junior school, and I might come home, have the TV on for a little bit while I'm having my dinner, and the West Indies would be in bat, probably Fredericks and Greenwich opening and going nowhere fast and scoring lots. And you come back from school about 3:30, 4 o'clock, and Viv Richards is at the crease and probably still one of the openers, racking up ridiculously high scores. And every day was a sunny day because it was 1976. So that's how I got hooked. Right. Hook yourself. Thing of beauty in shot. Oh, Mary's brother's a cricket fan too. Well, I'm thinking in Oz, I'm thinking gotta be. Alibi, tatties, is that all about better uses for green spaces? Is that what you're thinking? Or have I crossed into a conversation about lunch? Oh dear. You lot do make me smile. It's one of the hidden treasures of Edinburgh, really, or one of the extra attractions, to be honest with you, Andrew, or Burke, should I say, Burke Andrew, 757s and 767s, entirely courtesy, of course, of American carriers, but yeah, we're holding out as long as we can here. Because as much as it's nice to see an A380, if you say the 767 or the 380, I'm going to say the 767. Don't know what the chat think, that's what I'm going to say. If you say the 757 or an A321 of any iteration, I don't think it's a consensus point to say it's a 757. So we really want to hang on to our classics as long as we can, but I think the economics are just going to do for us. Saying earlier in the show, you just feel the pace of change is accelerating, and if the deliveries pick up in speed from the manufacturers, people are going to keep rethinking things, aren't they? Icelandair recently announced, didn't they were going to be taking the 767 out of service much sooner than originally envisaged. Yeah. Oh, right, you are Burke Andrew. You are Andrew Burke, are you? Got you. Confused myself. Easy done. Oh, shout out as well to Andy Burns. Thanks, Rab. Great intervention, mate. Andy, if you're yet to go flight safe, we are looking at your backside. Well, if you follow the backside of your plane anyway. Safe travels. Oh, and hey up, David Smart. Good morning to you. We've used this one before, haven't we? It's a tight one. It's a really tight one. I'm still going to say A350. I don't know about you, David, or others in the chat, but catch me on another day. Sometimes I can be swung. I think on pure principle, I'm going to say the A350. But I don't know. It's a toughie. What does the chat think? Which way do you fall on this one? The 350 or the 777? And it's interesting, the claims that Boeing make for the 777X. At the minute, I think the A350 is the game changer that's out there, the biggest of the game changers. Well, if you overlook the A321 XLR, which probably is the biggest game changer overall, all things considered, because of the versatility of the aircraft. But, you know, is the 777X going to put some manners on the A350? Curious one. What do you think, folks? Oh, yes, Mary. Joel Garner, I think he was in that team as well. I'm pretty sure he was. Certainly that era. Yeah, 777's a big bruiser. A 350 just has a little bit more beauty. Alibis with me on that. 350 all day, every day. Right, David, you've gone straight to the heart of it, haven't you? It's a toughie. It's an incredible toughie. And I think sometimes I'm swayed, because those who follow the show regularly know how easy it is to take me off beam. It might be swung by the livery on the plane that I'm looking at the time. You could have one of each come in, and if one of those is an Edelweiss and the other one is, I don't know, can't say Pegasus anymore, can I? No, I've changed camp. Let's say Ryanair for the sake of argument. I'm going to be with the Edelweiss. So sometimes the paint job can swing my fickle vote. So what's Nick Gray going with? 777 from Nick. Looks better than the 350. Oh, I don't know. If you were going to slice it down, I think if you put the sound from the GE90 engine, I think is probably just shades it sound-wise, but from an aesthetic. See what you've done, David Smart? You've unleashed a fertile debate. Oh, happy 100th birthday to Delta, says Lady 757. Is it their birthday today? Because they've got that. Is it the 100? They've got 100 years livery aircraft out there, haven't they? Well, I've not seen it in person yet. As of Lufthansa, I believe. I think Lufty have got theirs, haven't they? Which would enter service next month. Jonathan McD is also 350. Callum 777. Lady 757 350. Should have put a poll up really. It would have been interesting because I don't think there'd have been much in it. I think David's analysis really does probably play out here, that they are tricky to separate. Whereas I bet you if I'd flipped the question and said A330 versus A350, I bet you, in fact let's just try that one folks, A350 versus the A330. If you had to pick one, which would it be? Because I just think the 330 is a sorry, I lost my thread there for a moment. Yeah, I think the 330 is functional. Functional, but lacking a little dash of loveliness. Right, I'm going to go bottom of the chat. Oh, Nick's not for the nose on the 350. You've got to be honest, Nick. It's a better looking nose than, we'll chuck this one out there. It's a better looking nose than the 380. I'm just throwing that one out there. Right, we've got an inbound plane. I better concentrate. I'm doing so well on the telescope count. Ryanair from Valencia. Ooh, Aviation Action Scotland is doubling the bet. What retro would you put on a 350? Well, I'll just chuck mine out there because I'm in and out the chat now. The planes are moving. I reckon if I could pick anything, I'd probably go with British Caledonian, to be honest. I love BOAC, you know that, but I kind of think either of those actually. BA own both of those trademarks, of course, and probably won't use either. Right, so let's get on the big Delta. I don't think it's got far down the track. It's hardly galloping. Barry Price says BOAC, for which livery would you put on the 350? So Jonathan McD as well. So yeah, I'm in that space as well. Yeah, Jonathan's with me really there. BCAL or BOAC. Why they aren't on a 350 or a Dreamliner or something, I don't know. BA did do the BOAC, didn't they, on a 747 some years back. I've got that model. Ooh, didn't tell you, chat. So, talking about the Lego Concorde that I'm getting as a Christmas gift, Mrs. PSA also thumbed me up on an impulse purchase. Air Force One is entering the PSA Airport collection. Getting excitable now. Yeah, Nick Gray says 380, awesome but ugly. I reckon that's actually kind of my feelings around it. You can't fail to be wowed when you see it and you hear it. It's something else. I've only actually, in the UK anyway this year, only seen 380 at Glasgow when we had the Global Airlines launch. But boy, did that feel good. But yeah, not beautiful. Not in that way. They say Mary Brock, and it sounds like it too. I'd seen it read somewhere that Joel Garner is a very nice chap, as in, you know, genuinely a nice chap. Qatar, inbound Dreamliner. Can't believe it. Heavy time. That's running early. Where are we? 12 o'clock. Well done, Qatar. Not at the minute, Burke Andrew, or Andrew should I say. Not at the minute, mate. I believe that A380 is having heavy service over at Dresden. Does anyone in the chat know better than that? Sure someone knows more accurately, but I've got a feeling it's having its heavy checks at Dresden, which seems a bit weird because you kind of think they might have got those done before it launched. No, I wouldn't either, Ab H. I want an awful lot of padding. Jamie Miller. That sounds a bit like a Carling or Carlsberg thing, doesn't it? If only Pegasus did the 380. Well, Dreamliner 9 in shot, courtesy of Qatar Airlines. What a difference a week makes. For those who watched last week's show, that plane was just wreathed in spray, wasn't it? It really was. Right, Delta are just taking the active runway. Well, we don't do politics, David Smart, but we do liveries, and I think there's a definite thing about liveries good liveries shouldn't be tinkered with. I just decided to buy Air Force One in the end because it was such a memorable moment watching that land at Prestwick. I wanted a proper souvenir of it. Obviously we got the video of it, as in with YouTube, but it kind of, I don't know, all of a sudden I got this urge. I thought, that's the plane I want. Once I kind of laid off with Eddie, he's going to get me the Condor 330 in red stripe, although other stripes may well win that debate. Oh no, not 330, 757. I'm chatting at my rear end. It cleared the decks. I don't know, Hammy, I think you're overselling me there. I'd have to be here till I was 75 to be considered anything approaching good. Hans Moleman, if you watch The Simpsons. Cowabunga, dudes. Right, so there it goes, off into our favourite tree. Let's wait the other side. There is another aircraft inbound, so I'm going to have to be fairly sensible. Ryanair inbound from Krakow. So okay, inbound plane, let's get on it. Hey, Craig McLean, another giftie from the legend that is Craig McLean. That has gone to Steve Adams. Come on down, Steve Adams. Welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge. Thank you to the one and only Craig McLean. How's it going, Craig, anyway, in the VIP enclosure? Good morning, unsigned chat. Yep, it is incredibly sad news about Blue Islands, although it wasn't a massive surprise to me, but it made me feel incredibly sad. I think it is hard for airlines of that kind of scale and with those kind of routes. All right, David Smart. Well, you're okay with the P word now. I'm applying to join the Pegasus Massive. They don't want me at the minute, but apparently I've got a bit of a shoddy record. They want to be convinced that I've got anything to offer, but what can you say? I think I've got to have a Skype interview. Good night, Andrew Burke. It's been a pleasure saying I. 11:01. Well, have a great rest of the week. Hope to see you next weekend. Stephen Marchant is a man for the 380 over the 747. Interesting, that. I think the Queen of the Skies is stereotypically people's favourite, I would suggest. But the heart wants what it wants. As I say, from a marvel of aviation, the 380 just looks like an apartment block with wings, really. If you think about the scale of it, it's gargantuan, really. Get out of it, HGC. You're like a 380, ugly but awesome. That'd be my line. So, Jonathan McD, where do I buy models from? I flit about, really, so I'm not plugging any one outlet over another. So let's just have a bit of Dreamliner now it's getting close. Kind of flit between AMS, Aircraft Model Store, and Aviation Retail Direct. But sometimes I've picked up the odd one from elsewhere. Airports, you always overpay, don't you, as a rule? As a rule. But sometimes if you buy models on flights, you get them at better prices. Edelweiss was a good example of that last year. When Eddie and I came back from Zurich last summer, we bought a model on the plane that we used for a giveaway, and we got it at a better price than we bought it from a UK retailer. Anyway, long answer to a short question. Good morning, Ian Stewart Orr. How are you doing? Welcome to the show. Yeah, Robert, it's easy walking. Well, I say easy walking, it can be slippery. I mean, seriously, and you know, it's mud and leaves kind of things. But it's not like walking through nettles and stuff like that. It's kind of, you go through a few trees and then you're up on a raised embankment. But it is, when you're in the tree bit, it can be slippy. Can't emphasise that enough. Is it good afternoon? I want to say good afternoon. It's 8 minutes past 12, so I'm going to say good afternoon. Good afternoon to Bingo, Bango, Bongo. Sorry, I'm going all over the place here. I've just realised that the Dreamliner's offering a sunny shot, so let's have that. It's become, the forecast was bright. I couldn't imagine it was going to become this bright, Bingo, Bango, Bongo, and actually the weather bods are spot on. Thank you, Alexandra. ATR pushback. I can just see the lights glaring at me. Can't see anything else. It really is glaring. Pegasus is pinging. The Mighty P is getting ready for departure. Stand by for action. Yeah, that's the other thing. As you've worked out from what I've described, Robert, you want decent footwear. Go around. We've got to go around. Definitely. So you've got that plane there, and that one is bugging out. I don't know whose it is, but it's bugging out. And I haven't got a toga emoji. What was I thinking? Did we need it? So as the British Airways Embraer gone tech, well, obviously it can't move anywhere for the minute, but I'm just wondering why it was slow off. I've not picked up on anything that would explain that. So, toga 2 weeks running. Ah, Lufty. It's a Lufty, is it? It's going to fly a bit steep for me in a minute, so stay with it while we can. Right, I'm going to have to let it go. See if I can pick it up the other side. See the focus back. Although it might be difficult because, of course, the sun is... Jeez Louise, that is sunny. I might struggle to see what I'm doing now. All I can see is my own face in the viewfinder. Savage. Right, British Airways are lined up. We've got a toga doing another lap. Let's see what's happening. I've not heard anything on the radio that would suggest that this has got anything fundamentally the problem, but let's see. I wasn't really listening properly. So this will be going, or should be going, to London City Airport. Thanks, HGC. Just going to zoom us up a little bit. And here we go. Good night, Mary. Sleep tight. Oh, Aegean are pushing back. Let's have a bit of Aegean. So EasyJet next to go. Yeah, Amsterdam. That'll be the next departure. I think there might be a chance for a quick drink break. Alexandra, it's been lovely catching up and celebrating your milestone as well. So absolutely brilliant to hang out and watch a few planes. Get lunch sorted. Sundays are better with lunch, definitely. This is the time of the show where it gets difficult. Right, EasyJet on the roll. It's like Norwegian are pushing. Thought I'd pick that one up in the earpiece. Aer Lingus are lined up to go. ATR departure. Craig McLean is still in the VIP lounge. Tucking into his canapes and fizz and so forth. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Nick Gray, the Aegean is one of my favourites. I quite like the wraparound sunglasses as well, to be fair. Well, that's interesting, Casey. So if we BA retro, oh, hang on, I've got movement. Casey is going with Landor, BOAC, BEA. Well, I'd say BOAC for me, BEA, and then Landor. That's interesting. I'm just going to leave the camera where it is while I have a quick mooch about. Something's not quite right here, but I can't work out what it is.